What's up, everyone? What's up? Motherfucker. Not gonna finish that because it's still just the first few minutes of the YouTube side of things. So, yeah. Normally I don't stream on a Saturday, but I figured, it's a Saturday afternoon. I didn't really have too much going on after finishing a few things up a little early. So, what's everyone up to? Happy Saturday. Happy weekend to everyone else. If my allergies seem like they're bad, they are. I'm gonna wait for the pill to hit me for my allergies. Doing all right, John. So the world's been going to hell in a handbasket. We'll be watching some stuff that I've been seeing around the tube. So if for those of you that haven't been in the Discord server, that I made an announcement the other day that I was testing, if you haven't noticed, I've been testing out different formats for my streaming and everything like that, and it seemed like I was getting pretty good feedback for some of the things I was reacting to and everything around the internet. I can save money now, I never won't get money in the daytime, even count it when I sleep. Wake up to getting bread, bitch, I do this for the streets, ADHD. Thank you, Just Dev, for the sub over there. How you doing, buddy? What's up, Hans? Yeah, just a surprise little Saturday stream. So I've been testing out a few different things with my format and everything. Hey, Chief, it's a day of rest. I'm resting, I'm relaxing, I'm streaming. Okay, Mom? But yeah, back to what I was saying. So for those of you that didn't see in the Discord, I made an announcement, and if you're not part of the Discord, you definitely should be joining, as well as the Matrix server, that I've been playing with different formats, times, different things to do for my content and everything. And one of the things that seemed to have gotten, trying to play with this mic positioning as well, pretty decent feedback was the React content that I was doing, a lot of it being tech-based. Of course, there's with a little bit of politics going on and everything because of the situation going on with internet censorship from Kids Online Safety Act, the Screen Act, the EU chat control, the UK Online Safety Act, and various technologies that are coming out. There's going to be some projects coming my way as well. I have my Meshtastic node for outdoor back ordered. I was going to use some extra fence pieces I had to stick that 20 feet in the air so I don't have to stick it on my roof like the rest of my antennas. I got to finish up my ham radio install and everything. I've definitely been feeling a lot more productive since I've been back on ADHD medication. But yeah, so we're going to be, a lot of people over the years that I've been making content have asked me, hey, Chief, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? What do you think about this? The honest truth is I don't have all the time in the world to get to make a TikTok or a YouTube video about everything everyone has asked me over the years. So I felt like a happy medium of it would be, there's a new channel over in the Discord, the stream on review on stream, which is articles, links, memes, videos, anything y'all want me to take a look at or give an opinion on. You can drop a link in there. I and the moderators will try to keep it clean and everything, and we'll try prioritizing different things. So I've started the train over there by dropping in things that I've been seeing and all this, and because the entire goal of what I've been doing to make a lot of this content is ultimately to build a community that people feel like they can be comfortable and a part of, to grow and share our knowledge and skills. That's always been my primary goal. As you know, almost every single dollar that I earn from this stuff goes right back into hardware that I use to better educate and teach everyone on things like that. But yeah. Do you know if you can download Microsoft Office on Pop OS? I mean, you can, but would you want to? Just use LibreOffice and Mozilla Thunderbird. I use Thunderbird and LibreOffice for my 365 stuff, and I do use 365 in my home lab, just to make that very clear. But I use LibreOffice for most of my document making, and then for my email, instead of using Outlook, I use Thunderbird, and I pay about $10 a year to, I think it's Bionex, Bravo, Echo, Oscar, November, Echo, X-Ray. There's a little company, they have an Owl plugin for Outlook and all that to work perfectly online, because you could do an IMAP connection, but it messes up some of your folders and other features you have. This Owl plugin bridges the gap for everything. I've been using Thunderbird for like over 20 years, and I don't have any plan to leave it. I prefer it over Outlook, and the new Outlook is slightly better, but still crap. I will ensure that we react to hot, shirtless, level 1 texts, fix simple problems on the orange and black site. Oh yeah, speaking of that, guess what sound I added? I just added that to the soundboard. I literally just added that before the stream. Maybe you need an ADHD med sponsor. So medication sponsors is a very, very sticky wicket when it comes to the U.S., as much as the joke is that we have advertising for all kinds of pharmaceuticals when you turn on the TV, versus where you're in the rest of the world and doctors actually are the ones that are supposed to... Like, I've never understood that in the U.S., where people can actually learn about medications from an ad, go to their doctor and say, I think I need this. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for people getting informed and educated on their medications and what they choose to do with their body. But I find it really weird that medication and pharmaceutical companies are marketing directly to consumers when that information should be passed through a doctor, because a doctor will know more about, you know, medication and everything like that than you probably will. Look up my old doctors, Dr. Victor Calmry. What are you walking me into? Elk Grove Village, Illinois. Otolaryngologist. No, I got Dr. Victor McCory, not Dr. Victor Calmry. I feel like you're just trying to troll me. But anyway, we have quite a few things that have come up. I'm not going to go through everything probably today. Thank you for the follow, Crack Cat Studio. You seem like a crack cat, or a cat on crack. So we're not probably going to get through everything that I've put in the review on Stream Channel, because I do want to leave some stuff for tomorrow. Because that is our next actual scheduled day. And then we'll be on here probably maybe about an hour or so before movie night in the Discord starts. Which, by the way, if you're not in the Discord, you should join. We do have a movie night tonight. I adopted a dog from a blacksmith. As soon as we got home, he made a bolt for the door. Funny. Also, I got my node ordered a little while ago for my Meshtastic, as I talked about a little earlier. He's a psychologist, or I think you mean psychologist, because you got phycologist there. But yeah, so back to what I was saying. I did buy a Meshtastic node. I've been trying to figure out one for the outdoor, and eventually I just said, I'm just going to buy one instead of make one. So I have been eyeing this one in particular for a while, but the issue was it got caught up in the tariffs. And now it's actually doing a little bit better. So this is the, wonder why it's saying 69. Oh, that's because it's, yeah, that was why. I was like, yeah, I'm like, I paid a little bit more for that because I have it shipping from California. Anyway, now it's got me wondering about my own order. 'Cause I don't want that shit coming from China. Because then you get hit with the tariffs. Okay, it's coming from the U.S. warehouse. Cool. But yeah, so they have two different nodes over here, the P1 and the P1 Pro. The difference with the P1 and the P1 Pro is the P1 Pro includes the GPS and batteries in there. Do you need a GPS model? That's a GPS on there. That's up to you. I didn't feel like I needed a GPS for my stuff, at least the one on my house. What I'll probably eventually do is get the P1 Pro and put some gorilla nodes out there. Like I'm going to probably find some trees and poles and all that and just strap them up, get them turned on, and just let them be. Most people aren't going to pay attention to it. Anyway, so I have this, and then because the P1, which I bought for my house, doesn't have GPS, and it doesn't have batteries included, we have to get our own. So there is a company which I do recommend a little bit more often for battery cells, and that is a Moly cell. These are a company that have come out, well, at least to my awareness, a little while ago. I think, what is it? I have 4 of these P26As coming in for my node over here. The reason why I like Moly cell is they have a very, very wide range of weather resistance. So at the high end here, you have a 3000 milliamp with a 30 amp discharge. I got the 2600 milliamp with the 35 amp discharge. I don't remember why I exactly went for that one, but as you can see, they will discharge at -40 Celsius to 60 Celsius and charge at 0 Celsius to 60 Celsius. So in the winter, that is going to be helpful. Now, the one thing I do want to figure out when I make my own nodes by hand is I want to create them with a circuit that is actually going to allow it to... I have to figure out the specifics on it, but the idea basically is when I make my own node, I'm going to try using the SX1262 because it's a little bit more energy efficient. It's in most of my Meshtastic devices as it is, and that's what the current one includes. But I want it to have a solar panel, 5 watts at least, with a cell, not a circuit that will connect into a switch that is based on temperature. I forgot what the term is for that. But basically, I will have it power a 1 watt heater for the batteries until it hits a 0 degree Celsius temperature, which at that point, it will kick the heater off. So it forces the batteries to be somewhat warm so that they can properly charge and everything before it actually allows that circuit to work for it. So I have to figure out how I'm going to allow it to discharge the battery in a, not extreme weather, but a significant inclement weather that is going to be below 0 degrees Celsius, and then allow it to only recharge when it detects the conditions are right. But the other thing I'm trying to test out here by using these Moly cell batteries is, will they be able to last through a winter? Because the honest truth is, if it's about $30 including shipping and everything for 4 batteries, I may just suck it up and let it run through a winter. And I'm going to see what the capacity is after 1 winter. I'm probably going to have to get some battery testing equipment to do that properly, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, I'm having a cheap node. We're putting it outside. I'm going to increase my Meshtastic range, and I'm also looking at having about a 40-inch antenna attached to the top of the mast that I set up for it, so that way I can get a much wider range on Meshtastic, and hopefully my goal is I can reach maybe 7 to 8 kilometers, which is, what, 3-4 miles in a city, which is all I really need, because I was doing some recon and RF fox hunting, and I saw I'm kind of only about two or so miles away from some decent repeaters near me. And the issue was I could just see them with my little Meshtastic device, but the signal was a little bit weak, I think, especially when I'm inside the house. So the idea is that node is going to be outside the house so that it brings the signal in, and then my devices can pick up a little bit more, so it'll be the additional hop for everything else, and will also expand the entire network in my area. That should be nice. And then what I'll probably end up doing is when I go to DEF CON next year, I'll see about getting another one of these devices, and I'll set up a Gorilla node near the con. And that should be interesting to expand the area for everybody. But I'm going to have to configure that to probably short turbo instead of long fast, and whatever else DEF CON is trying to do. Because like this year, I was fiddling around with it. Now, normally, if I recall correctly, Channel 20 is long fast, which is what most Meshtastic is using, and they were doing Channel 31 for short turbo. Hey Cody, what's up? Yeah, so I don't know where you jumped in on that, but yeah, I'm big into Meshtastic. You can ask me questions. I'm actually a general class ham radio operator as well, so I can answer quite a bit of your radio questions, although I'm still relatively new to the art and science of radio, but I know quite a bit about it, and I've been trying to get more people around me into radio. So, without further ado, let's get into some stuff that we're going to be reacting to that I put down in the Discord channel. And like I said, you can go check out the I could have sworn it sent me an alert from somebody sending me a message, but okay. Anyway, so I have a review on Stream Channel over in the Discord. I've dropped a few things I was planning to look at. Don't know if we'll go through all of it today. Probably going to leave some stuff for tomorrow. But without further ado, so I saw this in working DevOps, so I'm coming from an infra point of view. Nice. So I saw this pop up. Well, actually, Yit sent it over to me. He was looking at it. And they're calling this the Disney flop era right now. Now, I haven't read this article yet, but he told me it'd be funny when I actually read what they're actually recommend. Disney's flop era will end the moment it gives Gen Z this one thing. So Hollywood couldn't have known its current reckoning began all the way back in 1997. At the time, the world was locked on Titanic and the Hale-Bopp... Hale-Bopp? I don't know. As it soared over Earth. What do they mean, Halley's Comet? Not knowing what was on the horizon. In the coming years, the Hollywood elite would boom, yada, 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 bunch of fluff. Okay, however, these days are dwindling. Hollywood giants like Disney are at a crossroads as Gen Z, the babies of 1997, are leading in all things entertainment. And if Hollywood wants an escape route, its savior is staring them in the face. Anime! Okay, so basically, is this article just asking, like, Disney to say, like, hey, if you want to save your entire, flop era, just make anime? I'm gonna tell you this, no, that's not the answer. Disney's been flopping for years. Because, well, let's put it this way. They're out of touch with their audience. Like, I don't know if many of you have actually paid attention, but, like, Star Wars fans don't care about Star Wars anymore. I have not even seen past Star Wars Episode 7. I kind of gave up after that. They bought the entire Marvel franchise. The last time I saw a Marvel movie was Doctor Strange, and that was because it was on an airplane for free. Like, don't get me wrong, I loved Marvel, I loved Star Wars, but Disney killed the genre. They didn't listen to their fans. And a lot of their own original IP is failing. What was that one that just came out that I think they had a major flop on? And then, like, I get that they're trying to be more diverse so more people are accepting of, their stories and backgrounds. And I think that's a noble thing. But the problem is when you try to make content too broad so that everyone is into it, nobody ends up liking it. You have to eventually learn to niche down certain things. Live actions, Lion King 2. Yeah, that's the other thing, is they just keep rebooting a lot of their own original IP instead of taking some risks there. Yeah. Cadams is right. Disney plays it too safe, and by playing it too safe, they don't actually get anywhere. Like, if you look at Shrek, which was completely parodying Disney and everything, it did really well because they weren't trying to really play it safe. And the times Disney did well was when they actually tried to push the envelope a little bit. Like, what? You're gonna reboot Lilo and Stitch? I mean, hell, Lilo and Stitch, they've been editing a lot of their own stuff and forgetting Disney used to have some pretty racist cartoons and stuff like that they actually built their empire on. Like, if you remember the original Mickey Mouse and some of the original Disney cartoons, they're trying to whitewash a lot of their history and make you forget about them, when the reality is, yeah, that was bad. We can acknowledge that, but that's part of their history. Yeah, you need to take a risk. And that's the problem, is Marvel, they're not taking a risk on. They're trying to make, like, South Park. Not South Park. Marvel. Marvel, they made it too wide and too broad. The same thing with Star Wars. Like, you know, they tried to open it too much instead of stay true to how the movies actually were and the stories and the lore. Because, yeah, George Lucas sold his soul for, you know, $1 billion, whatever. Fine. I mean, who can turn down that kind of money? But I went to go see Star Wars Episode 7, and I remember that, and I'm like, I walked away from it, and I was like, I mean, it was okay, but it was just basically rehashing a lot of the original story, twisting it in different ways, and they were still playing it too safe. Yeah. I find it interesting, but not another project, please. I have like 20 things I need to do. Oh my god, I was talking about anime, Ghibli Studio, and Disney this morning with a friend. Yeah, but the problem is, let's put it this way. Not every anime is going to see a success. Like, look at the Rick and Morty anime. That thing flopped. And Disney doing anime won't really help because they won't be able to be as edgy as a lot of these animes out there. Like, let's put it in this way. I've been watching Spy X Family recently. I just finished wrapping up a couple of the seasons with it. And that's probably as family-friendly as Disney would probably allow, and even that is probably a little bit too risque at a few points for them, and they would just rip that out. So, take some of your most, you know, quintessential anime that you associate with your childhood. If you know about Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, and actually how they censored it a little bit to get it to the American market, you know that even as censored as it is for the American market, Disney would still not be okay with Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. They'd still be cutting out so much crap. Or Naruto. They'd rip out the whole sexy jutsu. Pervy? Yes, but unfortunately, whether you like it or not, that is kind of a plot point of its immaturity. So, I don't think anime is the thing to save Disney. I think Disney getting in touch with its audience and realizing jacking up the theme park prices to the point that nobody can really afford them, and ruining Marvel, you know, universe to be what it's not, and overplaying the IP too much is their problem. But yeah, I don't think the rest of this article talking about over 50% of Gen Z watch anime globally these days. Why? No, I think they're not asking the right question in this here. The reason why they're watching more anime is because Japan is one of the few countries you can still push the envelope in, which is ironic if you know how conservative Japanese culture is comparatively. Yeah. There was that rant. Even the stuff coming out of China would be too much for Disney. Oh, absolutely. I've seen some things that, would make Mickey Mouse blush from China. If you had to start learning networking, where will you begin? What I did is I actually, networking is an IT CCNA. Kind of figured that's where you're going. Home lab it. You can do Cisco Packet Tracer specifically for Cisco stuff. But a lot of where I learned networking from was home labbing with pfSense, reading the pfSense manual, and then learning about all the various parts of it from there for managed switches and things like that, and then figuring out how to build a network. So I learned about managed switches, all that stuff, from being in my home lab and tinkering with different ideas. What am I doing this early? Well, yeah, I know. I'm a whole day and a few hours early. It's a surprise stream, Buckets in! Pocket stream! So you will not start at CCNA and doing certs? Well, CCNA is specific, from what I recall, more so to Cisco. I don't have a CCNA. I never had any certifications other than my first certification being the CISSP. That's my first and only certification that I have, and I've been in the field for 10 years or so. Certs aren't really proof that you know the thing. They're proof that you can pass the test for the thing. So I wouldn't focus too much on the certs. I would focus more on the knowledge that you can learn and how to retain it, and then get the certs as required to level up your career, if at all. Like I said, I have a CISSP. I'm looking at my CCSP. Hopefully next year I can maybe go for OSCP. I have my ham radio licenses. I'm general class. But, and the interesting thing is a general class radio license is actually something you can put on a resume. Shows that you actually understand radio and all that. So if you're going for networking, it can at least show you better understand RF. But yeah, I would not really just as I tell people, don't go for certs for the sake of getting certs. Go for certs that back up your career path and the knowledge that you're trying to attain. Because the problem is you'll also run into, as well, as if you focus too much on certs, you may end up in a situation where you have too many certs and not enough experience to back up your certs, which can actually work against you when you're going to apply for a job. The other questions you should be asking is, why do you want a CCNA? Are you doing it because someone told you to get a CCNA? Or are you doing it because the career path that you are wanting to proceed down is looking more for a CCNA? That's the question I would have you ask. They want the nifty LinkedIn badge. And if that's the case, well, then I know anyone in tech that cares so much about LinkedIn cares more about management than the technical side of it. That's my honest sentiment there. I'm not a big fan of LinkedIn. I don't really go on LinkedIn. I have a LinkedIn, but it's mostly there for when I got, got told you died. I'm happy. Who said that? But yeah, LinkedIn is not this amazing thing, and I find it so funny that so many videos out there of many people who aren't even in the field keep harping on having a LinkedIn. A LinkedIn is at most good for the OSINT side of things, to figure out who the hiring managers are and the recruiters and get in touch with them. But once you're actually in the job, no one gives a crap except for circle-jerking executives and management. My biggest issue is that I forget everything. There's tons of things you have to remember during the CCNA. Well, that's just anything. That's where you just have to exercise your brain muscle and, do things. Repetition builds it into you. And you have to know more about the concepts than anything. Your thoughts on the USA banning TikTok this September? What socials are you on, and are you coming back to Red Note? So yeah, if they ban TikTok, I will be back on Red Note. I will still be on Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, and Blue Sky, and Mastodon, and have my Discord and Matrix servers. I don't think they're officially going to ban it in September, because the problem is the Trump administration needs a win. And if after all this time they have been saying that, you know, they're going to get a deal for TikTok and they can't fulfill on that, that'll be just one more thing people can point to that Trump can fail. And yeah, Kara's right. Taco. Trump always chickens out. That is the absolute truth. I am so glad there are a few people who understand what's happening. Well, there's a lot of things happening. Do I understand it? Maybe after I get some alcohol pounded into me, and then I can reduce my brain power so I can actually understand the stupidity that Donald Trump runs around in. But I digress. From everything I can see with Trump, like Intel and White House getting 10% stock from Intel, Trump wants TikTok stock once it sells. Yeah, I think he's doing everything he can to pad his wallets. And TikTok did officially, the White House did officially join TikTok or something. I saw a note about that a while ago. So, I don't really think they're going to be, banned. I mean, let's face it, they were supposed to be banned back in January, then he let it go on. Trump is losing left, right, and center. The only politician I know that is getting more hate than Donald Trump is, what's his face, Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the UK. For the whole UK Online Safety Act, apparently, he's running a negative 40% poll in terms of approval. So, he ain't doing that great. Oh, thank you for the follow to the London Cheesehead. Wait, if you're a London Cheesehead, did you steal the cheesehead from the the Green Bay Packers? If so, I encourage you to get into a battle royale in the Octagon with a Wisconsinite and duke it out for who is the real cheesehead. I'm kidding. But it would be epic to see. I'd pay on pay-per-view for that. I'd be interested in your thoughts on stablecoin and how that would impact fintech. So on one hand, I get stablecoins, but as I've talked about before, and I eventually am going to break down into a video on YouTube, I have a script more or less for it. Crypto bros ruined cryptocurrency in the original mission that it was set out to have. Because the problem is cryptocurrency was designed to upend the debt-based economy that we have had for years. And this isn't me just saying that. Go read Satoshi Nakamoto's own papers and writings about why he created the proof of concept that is Bitcoin. This was all designed out of the issues with the 2009 financial banking crisis. So I find it a really weird perversion of cryptocurrency when people are measuring their cryptocurrency wealth in terms of dollars. So now it's just another asset for one to basically price against a dollar. But with that being said, I understand where stablecoins have their place in terms of a volatile market. The one problem is a lot of stablecoins are shady. USDC, I think, is one of the only stablecoins that I can look at and I can be like, it's reasonably safe and secure because of the transparency and stuff going around it. Still is a threat for it to get depegged, as we saw with Tether. It was also the issue with not Tether, Terra. Terra was the one that got depegged hard and like lost a bunch of money. I was lucky to have walked away with only, I think, a 10% loss. Because I saw when that first dip was happening, I'm like, this ain't right. Pulls everything out, flipped it to Monero, but a lot of people lost their money. Tether has always felt shady to me with the way they do things, so I've never really done USDT, but USDC makes sense. But ultimately, I think crypto bros have ruined cryptocurrency, and we have to blame the Tates, the Musks, the Trumps, the Logan Pauls, these people for a lot of the problems around there. I mean, even Boogie2988 got behind his own meme coin, the Fat D coin, or Fatty coin. And it's unfortunately been a new mechanism to grift people off of, especially those that don't understand cryptocurrency. My own father, one of the reasons why we stopped speaking to each other was didn't even listen to my advice, where I am an actual expert in, and this isn't me doing the whole like pirate software Mudahar, oh well, you know, I'm an expert in this. Like, I actually have years of not only content in this, but before I did content was talking about cryptocurrency, studying the security side of it and things like that. My dad had over $100,000 stolen from him because he fell prey to a pig butchering scam. And when I caught him doing this, and he was only like, I think 1G in, it was like 2 weeks in, I told him straight up, that's a scam. Listen to me. Accept the money as a loss and move on. But he kept putting money in that it cost him a good chunk of his retirement because he was so emphatic on trying to get rich quick and didn't listen to me when I was trying to tell him the safe way of doing this is, here's a hardware wallet. I bought him a hardware wallet. I educated him on, what's up, Dora? I educated him on how to use the hardware wallet. And I was like, we're going to break this up into bite-sized lessons. You're nowhere near decentralized finance. You're nowhere near, you know, meme tokens and all this stuff. I'm like, let's get you in on the basics. Here's Coinbase. Here's how we whitelist your address. Here's how we send money to your hardware wallet. Here's how you use your wallet. You know, buy and hodl. Just doing the very safe thing. Was teaching him how to stake coins and stuff like that. And then somebody apparently hit him up on WhatsApp, which is why I freaking hate that app amongst other things. Not because the app itself is bad. Well, actually it is because of the metadata that Meta's collecting and all that. But a lot of scammers are on there and there's no protections around it. And my dad was a typical boomer that didn't listen. And it's kind of sad how much he's mentally declined due to mental illness too. That he believed a random stranger on the internet more than he believed his own son, who is a cryptocurrency and cybersecurity expert. And was like, that's a scam. Write that $1,000 you lost off. Walk away from this and just accept your loss. And I found out 2 or 3 months later, he was still going into that pig butchering scam, lost over $100,000. And we got into a fight because he, out of the blue, was like, do you have $3,000 in USDT? And that's immediately when it raised an eyebrow. And I'm like, I have not talked to you about stable coins yet. So how the hell do you know what a stable coin is? Let alone, why do you need $3,000 of it? Yeah, well, I know he's lonely. But that's his own doing because he doesn't take my advice to go out to, you know, things and be social. But, yeah, anyway, my dad fell prey to that and he turned it into this whole, like, guilt-tripping thing, trying to be like, I've never asked you, my son, for anything. I asked you for one time to give me money for this. And I'm like, it's not a matter of me not willing to give you the money. It's that I know that this is a scam that you need the money for. You see what I'm saying? And it was a very sad and unfortunate situation because I literally had to call in my grandmother and explain that. Oh, we got onto cryptocurrency scams somehow on a tangent there. Look, ADHD, even on medication, we're not going to stay on track here. I'm gonna tell your mom. Pretty much. Well, because he lives with her. And you know, my dad's mentally not well. Like, schizoaffective disorder. He's been institutionalized and stuff like that. But big reason that keeps happening is he doesn't take his mental and physical health seriously. I found out my dad actually, while we haven't been speaking, I found out through a friend, my dad lost all of his toes on one of his foot due to diabetes. Which, by the way, is a huge reason. If you all ever meet me IRL, you'll find I actually have an aversion to a lot of sugary things, to the point I don't drink soda. I don't drink, and if I do, it's like sparkling water or very little of it. I watch sweets and all that, and I try not to have processed sugar. I also have very little salt because of heart issues in my family. Did he say that he needed the 3K for specifically? Oh, yeah. Well, the fact that he was asking $3,000 in USDT made me know it was related to the scam he had before, because the pig butchering scam, for those of you not familiar why it's called a pig butchering scam. So, you basically have a pig. You fatten this pig up as much as you can, and then you slaughter it. The slaughter aspect of it is, well, the pig fattening part is just taking as much money as you can into that with the get-rich-quick scheme, often in cryptocurrency, can be with stock investing, something like that. The slaughtering aspect of it is when you go to withdraw that money, they then ask you for an additional fee, but you never get that money. And I knew exactly what trap my dad had fallen into because I had been monitoring this. And then he let slip, well, I need it to withdraw the money from the crypto exchange. And I'm like, you mean that fake crypto exchange that Yitz and I poured over the code for, knew immediately in 5 seconds was a scam? And then he pointed out, no, all these values are running locally. This is, you know, like Yitz dove into the code side of it as a, you know, a full stack dev. I looked at it from the typical cybersecurity lens of, this doesn't look legit. Like, there's just this gut feeling you have after years of experience of, like, looking at the images, seeing the sizing, the quality issues, and the way the fields ran, and the way the site was mocked up and everything. If someone I don't know asking for money, I block them. Well, the problem is the pig butchering scam is an offshoot of the romance scam. You're probably familiar with the romance scam. Someone, usually that's pretty lonely, gets contacted by someone, they create some emotional attachment, and then they drop the bomb of there's some situation, they need money, and then you, in love with this person, then give them money, and then they will either ghost you or continue to milk you for more money. Well, the pig butchering scam is basically a similar concept. So the problem is, they're not asking for money right out the gate. They first build your trust, then they ask for money. I paid a scammer $15 just to find him with Wireshark. That's funny. That's funny. Your thoughts on the Tease Steam desktop mini PC? It's just another PC that you're going to be able to plug in and play games with. It's nothing really that magical. They're just basically rebadging. I doubt it's like OEM hardware they're building. It could be. But either way, it's what? Going to end up being a CPU. That's probably an x64, x86-64 CPU. So an AMD or Intel. It's probably going to be an AMD or NVIDIA GPU. Maybe Intel at this point. Who knows? And it's going to have Steam OS. It's not going to be anything revolutionary compared to anything you can get already. Crypto pros haven't just ruined cryptocurrency, but other great use cases for blockchain. If you talk about blockchain at all, you get eye-rolled as if you're a crypto bro. Oh, yeah, absolutely. There are use cases where blockchain, as you're pointing out, actually is a really great product. Like, we're talking about private blockchains for financial ledgers to be able to, if you take a blockchain, tie that into an ERP, enterprise resource planning system, so that way you now not only have an audit trail on the front of things, but if somebody manipulates the database itself, then you have a little bit more input. Because I know you can do stuff with like SQL and all that to do tracking and everything, but there's still ways to fudge SQL as to compare to blockchain. And you get eye rolls over that now. And the other problem with it is, like, when I was at Web Summit, back when I was in Portugal, about a year ago, you had people, and this is why I will never go to Web Summit again. Web Summit is some overhyped bullshit. I will be honest with you. Web Summit is overhyped bull crap. And when I was there, they hype it up as like this big tech conference, like, oh, it's like CES, but you see more of the bleeding edge technology. No, what I saw was a bunch of investors asking about how every product can have AI. This was right before DeepSeek came about, and right before the AI collapse that we're seeing came about, which we'll be talking about in a second. And then also, like, still talking about blockchain technologies. My God, there was a TOG car there that their hype was not some amazing auto-based feature, but that you can display your NFT in the damn car. I'm not even joking. I will show you this. Let me see. TOG car NFT. Turkish electric vehicle company TOG announces pre-sale via NFT, then scraps the plan after customers have already bought in. Just an example there. They were doing the whole NFT thing for a while. And then you can display your NFT in the car. I don't need to know about that. I don't need to be able to earn cryptocurrency from just driving my car. That makes no sense. And you were seeing legitimate, amazing projects when I was at Web Summit get passed over for overhyped AI and blockchain BS in 2024. That was just blowing my mind. Where I was talking to some of these people, just doing my usual schmoozing to, get to know different people, got in touch with a few investors, and they really were blowing smoke up of AI's butt. And AI has always been overhyped. I'm not saying that it doesn't have its use case. Don't misread me there. But what I'm saying is that AI and LLMs were never going to be the things that they perceive them to be, because they have been built horribly for the past few years. What is the next buzzword that they try to make a thing? Not everything needs to be an AI. I totally agree with that. The next buzzword, I am betting you, or maybe not the next one, but at some point is going to be the buzzword, quantum. Right now, quantum has been just kind of bubbling at the surface. But as quantum computing becomes a little bit more mainstream, you're going to see buzzwords around quantum resistance, quantum processing, quantum coprocessors, or, being able to rent quantum computing and all this become more of a buzzword. And then you're going to start seeing people package in they're using quantum computing for their processing. It's going to be the buzzword at some point or another. Do I still run a Monero node? Yeah, I still run a Monero node. I can actually still show you it. If I can remember the address off the top of my head. Yes, I do. Make sure there's nothing showing. Yeah, I actually just updated this right before DEF CON, as you can see. Actually, I think I rebooted it after I came back from DEF CON. Something like that. No, there's a power outage, I think, was the issue with that. But anyway, yeah, you can see I got my Monero node running, and it's running over Tor. And I have a Block Explorer running locally. So, yeah. I do run a node. Not a super powerful one. It's running on a PoE connection, power over Ethernet, with a ROC 64. You can see 48 degrees Celsius right now. You can see there's stuff going on. You can even see the transaction pool going through. So yeah, I have my own little Monero node, and I use that for my Monero transactions as rarely as I actually do them. I still would rather have that node running. It's very simple. Your thoughts on crypto home heaters? I mean, let's put it this way. A heater is something you're already expecting to expense money on. A cryptocurrency home heater, because crypto will always mean cryptography as a more than cryptocurrency to me, isn't the worst idea because you're still using it for heat. But you may as well make a few pennies on the back end of it. Now, the question then becomes, how would you make it profitable? Because, you know, the longer you have it, the less profitable it's really going to be. So that's a question that you really have to ask yourself. Is it worth it? Yes. Well, depending. Not yes, but depending. Like, I've actually used my computers over here, had them running and mining Monero, even if it's at a loss, because I can have a little bit of extra heat when it gets cold down here. True. Better come up with some shitty business idea with quantum computing. You could do like what Randy Marsh did in the recent South Park episode with Tegrity. Quantum keyboard with quantums inside. Yeah. Buzzed him. Pip is so weird on this app. I don't know. Probably an iPhone thing. But what are you doing with Pip? You trying to run Python on an iPhone? Because that's going to be a weird thing. They've been buzzing the quantum computing for years inside of crypto. In terms of cryptocurrency, maybe. Next buzzword should be zero trust. Well, zero trust, it's been buzzworded a little bit already for a few years, but the difference is that zero trust won't ever be a buzzword outside of enterprises, because to the average person, they're not going to understand what it means. Now, zero trust inside of a business makes complete sense. Because now not only we're talking about superseding conventional VPNs, we're now talking about locking down applications over different application segments using RBAC, role-based access control, to actually be able to define the privileges that users should have to access different segments, so then you can minimize the amount of lateral movement you have across your entire enterprise. So, yeah. I think where we're talking about buzzwords for many years have been VPNs, but now the arguments I used to have about VPN, just using it to get around geo-blocks, is going to become more and more of an average everyday Joe situation we're going to have to deal with, because you have the UK Online Safety Act, you've got the potential Screen Act, COSA in the USA, Kids Online Safety Act, you've got EU chat control, you've got 18 different states trying to censor adult content. But yeah, so there's a lot of different things going on that, required me to change my opinions on things. Like, even years ago, you probably remember there was some content I had advising people against pirating movies and everything, but it's gotten out of hand where it's like, I now understand why people pirate things, because I shouldn't have to jump between 3 platforms to watch the same TV show. Like, I remember when Stargate SG-1 was on Netflix, and then it was on, where was it for a while? And then now it's on Amazon Prime. So is Monero worth mining anymore? That is actually a personal question that depends more upon your electric rates and everything that goes into it. So that is it depends situation. Typical question, but is the Duo plan from Proton shared storage since this, SICE shared or the data saved between those two accounts? Let me see what you're talking about. Because I just use Proton for myself. Let's see. So we're reading their blog post here. Oh! You both get to enjoy your own encrypted email address, calendar, secure storage for file photos, and passwords, and a VPN to browse securely. With Duo, you'll have the peace of mind that comes with knowing your digital lives. Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if they mean 1 terabyte of space per person or in totality. I would presume it is 1 terabyte of storage space per person. But that is nice. The 15 gigabytes of bonus storage every year? I wonder if that's part of all the accounts, though. Do I research crypto projects, like in cryptography projects? Yeah, I research those quite a bit. If we're talking cryptocurrency projects, no, I really don't give most of that crap time of day, because the problem is most cryptocurrency projects are just crap. It's scammy crap these days. There's no one actually coming out with utility in any of these applications as of late. Pardon me, the other camera I had was not turning on. Okay, hold on. Get the OBS pod control center back up. 10 AI-powered quantum computers with pseudo inside that zero trust VPN wants you to know. Certain apps only work with my VPN as the network controller. I mean, you can do that, but zero trust network access gets even more granular than that. I know what it is. For some reason. This is really annoying, but my teleprompter sometimes grabs my apps and turns it into another monitor. I wonder if that's a limitation of Windows or a limitation of the teleprompter and how it functions. What's up, Shadow? That's odd. I didn't have to Twitch notify roll anymore. I got it back. That's weird. I haven't removed you, obviously. Huh? Weird. I have an old Acer V5. Yeah. Can you show your setup from another angle? I mean, yeah. I still got to clean up from the past couple of streams, but... Hold on. I have to reset the camera. I got a camera on a gimbal. Because we're all fancy. So, yeah. It's really the similar angle, but... not showing you my feet. You don't get free feet pics in this economy. Is there a dog? A dog ain't here. What distro should I put? Whatever distro you actually like the most. Linux gives you the opportunity for experimentation and choice. I use Pop! OS. Some people like Linux Mint. I'm not particularly a fan of it, but, you know, to each their own. There's Bazite. There's, There's a lot of choices out there. You can get stock Ubuntu, Ubuntu, Debian, all these different ones. Go out and play. There's a site called DistroWatch, distrowatch.com. Go check it out over there, and you can see different distributions. Try out a few. See what you like. Try to Arch through VM. No, don't start with Arch. Why does everyone just start with Arch? Like, I feel like anyone that goes and just, like, installs Arch or Kali is kind of doing it to try to be this, like, elite edgelord, when really it just kind of shows you're kind of, you know, beginner. I don't have one of them feet photos. So did you watch the videos? No, I haven't watched any of the videos yet. We just went through the Disney thing. The Disney wanting to make anime. Apparently, we're thinking anime would be the savior of them. I did Arch for the memes. Yes, we know, Abby. I know how you are. I've had drinks with you. We got shit-faced together. I kind of have a handle on your character at this point. I am very picky with anime. Oh yeah, I am too. Alright, so let's turn on the audio over here. Make sure that y'all can hear the audio so I can... Huh, that's interesting. Gotta reset the mixer 1 second. Okay, so that's working now. Okay, so we're gonna... Going to Arch immediately, it's like going to an SUV or monster truck after you're getting your license. Pretty much. Someday, I guarantee you, I'll build my whole desktop from Arch. And that will be the day that I know that you didn't go outside and touch grass, and I get to make fun of you for the lack of attention that your parents never gave you, just like I do all the other times I rag on Arch users. No hate at all, but you guys know the meme. Dr. Stone is a great anime. I do have to agree with that. I like that. What's a good distro that doesn't require a ton of terminal use? Most of them these days, except Arch and Gen 2. But the honest truth is you'll probably want to still learn terminal because this is what, you know, perplexes me quite a bit. People are so scared of terminal, but don't realize how simple terminal is. 9 times out of 10, you're just going to be looking up how to do something on Google or something anyway. Trust me, I've been doing this for years. I still forget commands. And it's not as complicated as people make it believe. Even on Windows, knowing PowerShell gets you a very long way. Just don't like typing a lot. Well, I mean, there's always tin cans and string. You know what surprised you is just how much effort you spend into trying to click the thing versus type the thing, and you'll find typing the thing is often way faster. Trust me on that. Okay, so, for those of you not aware, like I talked about earlier, we have a new channel on the Discord, Review on Stream over here, where people can dump different content that they would like me to check out during stream. No guarantee it will be checked out in the next stream or such, but Mods and I will try to keep this clean. So Red Fang put up a video, I put up a few others. We'll probably not go through everything today, but yeah. Do I use Docker a lot? I don't use it a lot, but I use it quite often. Nano, I love terminal.txt, control XY. Me, when I want to get to a command I may have typed a longer time ago, up, 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 up. You can also just type history. If you do, like, say, history, pipe, grep apt, For example, you can then grep all the times you've used apt. So you can actually do things very simply with just piping that command out using the history command. But anyway, so this is from Thomas R. Pearson. Red Fang, my mod here, sent this video on. So we're going to take a look at what's going on here. Apparently they're saying the Online Safety Act is a failure. I could have told you that. I've been saying that. I've been saying that before it even became law. But let's see what they say. There's about a 2-minute TikTok. So let's go.
The Online Safety Act is a failure. It's now being reported that kids are seeing more porn and less adults are verifying themselves to watch it. You couldn't...
So basically, the UK just played themselves and didn't learn anything from DARE with us US kids growing up, where most of us actually learned about illicit substances through the DARE program. And the DARE actually ended up having the opposite effect, even though we all pledged to not be using these things. So, yeah. Let's continue on.
Script this level of stupidity. According to new research by the Children's Commission for England, children's exposure to online pornography has actually increased since the Act became law. Dame Rachel D'Souza said in a recent survey that more young people reported seeing porn before the age of 18 in August 2025, the very month in which this so-called safety law was introduced. So, exactly what did the Online Safety Act?
So what do you think, chat? What do you think they're going to go on? Do you think... this is what I think is going to happen. Did my camera just die? Hold on. Nope. Hold on. Okay, so the NVIDIA broadcast. Video. Why are you going to that? What the hell? I don't know what happened. It came up for a second, then it disappeared. Hold on. Okay, so it's working. Did I really just have to restart NVIDIA broadcast and everything? Annoying. It worked, it didn't, it worked, it didn't. But y'all could hear me, right? You could hear my commentary on this. Okay, I'm sorry about that. Remember, that's the Windows computer. Y'all can't blame Linux for these issues. Let's continue on.
Accomplish. I don't have kids, and maybe it's easy to say this from behind a screen, but when children are setting up VPNs to bypass age checks, that feels like less of a failure of policy and more like a failure of parenting. Not everything.
Yeah, I totally agree with that statement, and I've been saying that for a while. It is not our job to parent your kids. It is your job to parent your kids, as well as not everyone should have a kid. Let me restart that. Not every child deserves to have a parent, but not every parent deserves to have a child. But also, if you tell a kid not to do something, what do you think a kid's going to do? They're going to do it. And I think that's exactly what's happening with this law, is because now kids are actively seeking out this adult material, whereas they probably weren't as much before. And if they were, it was like, you know, ooh, I'm being a naughty kid, you know, and I'm just being an edgelord and rebellious and going to do it. But now it's an act of protest. It seems to be like when parents tell you not to do something, you do it to spite your parents. But when society tells you not to do something, rebellion becomes just like duty. Like, how many of us grew up, did things, wore things, said things just because it was counter to what mainstream society is supposed to tell you to do? That's like how the whole counterculture with the hippie movements, the punk movements, heavy metal, all of these things. So what do you think was going to happen? You thought the UK, which, correct me if I'm wrong, was ground zero for punk, would have learned, oh no, if we tell these people not to do something, they're going to do it to spite us.
Should be the responsibility of the state, and yet here we are. Children bombarded with graphic content before they even hit puberty, while TikTok's banning videos that talk about the Online Safety Act. I mean, seriously, I've had 4 videos blocked in the UK for violating local law. The law.
Hold up. What did you just say?
I mean, seriously, I've had 4 videos blocked in the UK for violating local law. The law that was supposed to protect kids has turned into a tool for censoring adults. And the government's narrative that kids have been left to grow up in a digital wasteland leads to one obvious question. Left there by who? And why is the solution to trust the...
Hold on, I didn't catch what he said for a little bit. For violating local law.
The law that was supposed to protect kids has turned into a tool for censoring adults. And the government's narrative that kids have been left to grow up in a digital wasteland leads to one obvious question. Left there by who?
And this is what I think the government completely forgets across the world. You had an entire generation, and I've had the Gen X tell me this, that were raised by boomers that literally had to have ads on. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your kids are? Or just like little basic things, like you shouldn't leave a baby in a bath when the phone goes off. Because remember, the phone used to be on a wall in another room. So, yeah, they really do not know, or they don't, they are trying to go after the symptoms rather than the roots of the problem. And the root of the problem is what? You have the cost of living so damn high that both parents have to work in order to make ends meet. Where the traditional family of you used to have one person that was the breadwinner and another person could be there rearing the children, went away. So now what ends up happening, and I'm not saying like I'm pro trad wife or anything like that. Let's make that very clear. But when you have both parents away and kids are basically being raised by TV or the iPad, what the hell do you think is going to happen? You have no one there to give them the proper guidance, direction, and supervision that children need. Children don't know what is good or bad in the world until you educate that on them. So the irony is, from the U.S. side, all these conservatives out here that are like, well, we need to go back to traditional values. How do we get back to that? We're going to make America great again and bring manufacturing back. And I'm like, that world is gone. You gave up that world. Now the world we have right now makes it too expensive to, one, have a child, let alone raise a child, and you give us no relief whatsoever, that we have nothing but the ability to go to a job just to put enough food on the table to make sure everyone is surviving, but we are not thriving. And that is a making of governments around the world. If we have no actual family values, then you have no family. And then people are left to be raised by their own devices, essentially by digital wolves. We had an entire generation, Gen X, that literally was like, and many of the millennials, that were not allowed even inside the house during the day because the parents would be gone, or they were latchkey kids, which literally meant latch and key. They'd come home and lock the door, take care of their own food and everything like that. And then you're worried about kids actually having access to adult content? Why is that? Because there's no damn adults around to be an adult for these kids, so the kids learn from the TV, the iPad, the internet, and wherever else they can actually get any kind of guidance. And that's the same reason you have the problem with the frickin' tater tot dude that was a toxic piece of crap towards men. raising an entire generation with misguided views. And how did that happen? Because you didn't have parents around that were involved enough to actually tell the children, no, this isn't great. I was fortunate enough to actually have a mother that was able to educate me in these ways. And she happened to be a sexual education teacher. So she gave me the positive understanding in how these things are and what is the understanding of consent, the realistic expectations in a relationship, boundaries, rules, all these things. My mother was a working mother as well. But she had the luxury of finding a balance because there was a family at least. Thank you for the follow, Plopper. But anyway, continuing on, let's see what the rest of this video. So we had 4 videos taken down because they quote-unquote violated local law.
And why is the solution to trust the very platform that profit from what they're exposed to? Most parents who support the act don't see themselves as abandoning their kids to pornographers, and most critics don't think this law fixes anything. What we're witnessing is a government hearing both sides of a very serious debate and understanding neither. So what did we actually get? A law that silences reporters, creators, and everyone in between, protects corporations, and leaves children scrolling through violent content while politicians get to pat themselves on the back for doing something. The Online Safety Act doesn't make kids safer. It just seems to make the internet worse for everybody else.
Yep, totally agree with that entire video. So, yeah, the problem is politicians are dated in a lot of their approaches on things, and they don't seem to understand that these things aren't going to fix themselves. But at the same time, this is just going to create a nightmare for everything else going on. And why does my camera look a little bit hazy? Okay, it is coming out of that camera. That's interesting. I wonder. Let me see if the NVIDIA broadcast is interfering with the video any bit. Hold on. Okay, no, it's not doing anything. Okay. I do need to get a better GPU, though. No, it's not doing really anything. Although we can do, like, some fun things with the eye contact. I'm not even looking at you. That is weird. Anyway, somebody in the chat was asking, does Core Boot prevent Intel's backdoor? You talking about the management engine? Yeah, it does. Because it actually disables management engine. I use a fork of Core Boot called Pure Boot made by Purism, which is in my Purism Librem 14 laptop. I also have a System 76 laptop that has it disabled, as well as Tuxedo Computers that has it disabled. Well, they're AMD, but they have the AMD version of it disabled. But yeah. Appreciate the love, All Blue. Where do I have that Tux logo from? That was, that's my own logo. That is mine. Like, as in, that was designed for me. All rights to it are exclusive to me. Not saying you can't use it on your own personal things, but you're not allowed to commercially use the image. And if you do commercially use the image, please reach out to me and we can talk about some kind of partnership or something. But yeah, this logo, this one, that's mine. I paid for that to get designed. I was a latchkey kid. My parents liked the boarding schools. And that was a, you know, there are a lot of people that had kids but didn't want to actually be parents. Yeah, and you wonder why I block a lot of websites and other stuff on my network. Yeah. It appears many adults have zero idea what's real versus BS. Well, of course, yeah. Millennials as kids had parental controls. Tech was still in its infancy. Well, yeah, I remember when my parents tried the whole passcode thing and I learned how to bypass the computer inside the cable box and then put a passcode on their stuff. So, let's see. What's the next video that we're going to be pulling up here? All right, so we got a YouTube video that I had set aside. This seemed interesting to watch. The trending technology raising red flags. So this came out 4 days ago. I set this in a playlist to go watch it. Probably a day or two ago. So I wanted to see what this was about. I have no idea what this video is about. We're all going to watch it together and see what they're talking about. This is from Tastemaker Design. Haven't seen any of their videos before. Don't know if it's good or bad. Maybe we'll go through the whole video. Maybe we'll end up saying it's crap halfway through, like that other video the other night where I just couldn't even watch it because I conflated the idea of UK banning VPNs and the UK going after flags. It was a weird conflation.
Dioxys is the Rust framework for building full-stack web, desktop, and mobile apps. It has 30,000 GitHub stars, 350 contributors, reached the top of GitHub trending, received $500,000 in funding from Y Combinator,
Okay.
and is trusted by top companies like Airbus and the European Space Agency. So I decided to build a website with Dioxys to get to know it better. As someone who's only dabbled with Rust before, I can definitively say that I
So for those of you that are not aware of Rust, it's another low-level programming language similar to C, but there's apparently a bit more secure frameworks around it, so you can't really have like memory leaks and stuff like that. I'm not a coder. That's just what I know of it. I haven't really played with Rust, so if there's someone in the audience that is a little bit more well-versed on it, you can be more than happy to share it. The DEF CON 33 talk on Microsoft Login Portal as a phishing tool was a very good. It's on YouTube. Oh, yeah, I'll have to watch that. I should hit up Kernel Dump because I know he gets all the videos for DEF CON sent to him, and we were talking about him dumping it to an S3 bucket and sharing it with me. Well, you're in that chat, Seekney, so we can all just bug him to possibly share it with us.
hate it now more than ever. Despite this, I think Dioxys has some innovative ideas. The founder is super passionate about making app development easier and gives me hardcore startup founder vibes. But as a jaded startup founder myself, I know that innovation isn't always sufficient for success.
Okay.
In my opinion, a red flag for any project is trying to boil the ocean, tackling several loosely related problems at once, becoming a jack of all trades and master of none. You can't parlay failure in one area into success in another. An even bigger red flag is when developer testimonials are missing, outdated, and poorly
Wait, what?
represented. Facing an uphill battle in a competitive market, Dioxys seems to exhibit both of these red flags, which I believe gives a poor impression of the framework's health to new developers. In this video, I'm going to take you through my journey with Dioxys, and give my advice to the founder for how to salvage his silently dying.
Every time he says Dioxys, I keep thinking of the prank that my friends and I had with dihydrogen monoxide and trying to get people to actually sign a petition to ban dihydrogen monoxide back in college. And for those of you that don't know what dihydrogen monoxide is, it's H2O, water. It just reminded me of that story. We got like several hundred signatures for people that wanted to ban water. We just wanted to prove the stupidity of people.
Framework. For my first project, I decided to make a better version of the Dioxys website, since it's pretty bare bones, and the developer's roadmap includes it as an item for the next release. Installing Dioxys was pretty straightforward using the guide in the documentation. I created.
Is there an issue with the voice? Hold on, maybe there's some filter that's being in the way. Hold on. Like cutting, is it cutting around my voice or their voice? So, yeah, I can fix that probably. Of a noise gate, noise suppression. Oh, the video voice. Let me see. Linux box properties, filters. Well, there is a threshold. There's just a compressor there. Huh.
I did a project with all the default settings. The only exception was for enabling Tailwind CSS, since this made styling the page way easier. Dioxys is heavily modeled after React, using a syntax known as RSX, managing components in a virtual DOM, and using hooks to manage component lifecycles. After waiting 20 seconds for the app to build, I opened it in the browser, happy to see that there were no errors. I added Tailwind class names in the RSX.
The voice is like a robocaller? Hold on. Let me see what you mean by that. No, it seems to be coming in fine when I'm checking it in on the YouTube monitor. You may need to refresh your browsers. I mean, I'm not opposed to saying, it's an issue, but I checked the YouTube side of things, and it seems to be okay. But chat, let me know if, you're experiencing different issues. We're on the green site, the red site on Twitch, not YouTube. Better now than it was before. Interesting, because I'm showing 0 dropped frames, so we know it's not the ISP. We've at least resolved that issue. Yeah. Look, man, I just work here.
Syntax. However, it didn't work out of the box. According to the README, I had to run this npx command to allow for hot reloading with Tailwind. This kind of feels like it defeats the purpose of using Rust, since I still need to use JavaScript tooling to make it work correctly. Also,
wait,
there
what?
are 2 files named tailwind.css, which
you need JavaScript tooling to... That makes no sense to me. I'm not much of a coder, but why do you need another language to make a language work? Or framework?
confused me when debugging the issue. To improve the developer experience with Tailwind, I included this snippet in the VS Code settings, which enabled autocomplete and linting for the Tailwind class names. With Tailwind working, I started thinking about how the Dioxys website could be improved. I think it would be very helpful to see the user showcase on the homepage, since it would demonstrate how Dioxys helps solve real-world problems.
Fair enough.
Using the Flutter showcase as a starting point, I took a screenshot, gave it to Claude Code, and asked it to replicate it with Dioxys. I was extremely surprised by the result. I didn't think the AI would understand the Dioxys RSX code, but I was proven wrong. There are 19 projects listed on the Dioxys showcase. I felt it would be better to filter out the unmaintained projects and dedicate more space to the active ones. After I removed projects with no commits in the last 6 months, there were only 6 left.
Oi!
I think it'll be easier to show you the final result first, then explain the change.
So what, you had like 4, 8, 12, 16, you had 19 projects down to 6 actively maintained ones.
Changes I made. Showing logos for every project makes the showcase more visually appealing, and builds brand recognition for Dioxys users. Coloring in the cards makes them easier to distinguish from the background. Separating the showcase of user projects from the community of Dioxys-related tooling avoids the need to add a search bar to the showcase to find anything, like they're planning to do with the next release of the website. Finally, including launch dates for each project shows the breadth of time over which Dioxys has been used, which leans into the maturity of the Dioxys project.
Twitch is asking me to verify my email. They're not sending me the code, so I'm back here. Interesting. I'm also on the YouTube and Kick, for what it's worth, if those are better platforms. Because I know the Twitch platform, I mean, the TikTok platform I have it going at a lower quality than the other platforms because it's primarily mobile users when looking at the analytics. Like, not even a small amount, like, difference. It is, like, 90% mobile.
And its developers. If you want to play around with this showcase demo, you can find the link to the website and the source code in the description. Before deploying the website on Vercel, I had to fix this annoying flash of unstyled content that kept happening when the website loaded.
What the hell?
It turns out the JavaScript code dynamically inserts the style sheet links, so the page renders before the style sheets are ready. To fix this, I manually went into the build outputs and linked the style sheet.
That seems like some very basic issues. No, you're not interrupting. You're okay, bud. That's what chat's for.
Myself, since the style sheet names are effectively random for each build. After deploying to Vercel, I ran Lighthouse on the website, which gave a performance score of 78. That's kind of low given that it's a simple one-page website without any fancy features. I think the main cause of
You may as well just build that thing in static HTML at that point.
the bad score is the 446 kilobyte WebAssembly file that blocks rendering until it's loaded. The WebAssembly
jeez.
contains the compiled Rust code that manages the virtual DOM. Out of curiosity, I ran Lighthouse on dioxyslabs.com, and I got a 38 on the performance score, loading a WebAssembly file over 2.2 megabytes. You could argue that Dioxys is intended for web apps and not web sites, but that definitely limits the usefulness of Dioxys as a general-purpose front-end framework.
Yeah, that definitely seems limiting.
Do not harass any company or individual mentioned in the following section.
You know, it's kind of annoying that we have to actually put that disclaimer there because we know how much of a dick people are. Like, I frequently have to denounce violence and harassment in my content just in case anyone gets that idea. Because I think everyone knows my rule is just be excellent to each other, or as they appropriately put it, don't be a dick.
At this point, I was getting curious about why a company like Airbus would be using this particular framework.
Yeah, I'm curious about that
especially
myself.
back in 2023, when Dioxys presumably had even less functionality and more bugs. And given that only 6 out of the 19 projects in the showcase are still active, I had a feeling that something was off. Let's look at the Y Combinator announcement first. Airbus and the European Space Agency are building a satellite collision avoidance system. The link takes us to a website called Skytrace, which, based on the business address and its terms of service, is created by a separate company called Skytrace Global Limited. It looks like
Okay.
it might be a contractor who supplies Airbus with the software. The hero section
So it's not Airbus themselves that are, using it. It's this other customer. But they, of course, aren't going to be, able to brag about what company it is when you have something like that. So,
says that Skytrace helps to reduce the risk of collision and extends the life of your satellites. Wait, my satellites? Why is there a public sign-up button here? In any case, the AI-narrated demo video mentions that
the workflow is based on systems used at Airbus and the European Space Agency.
That seems to imply that Airbus actually uses a different workflow with different software. Or maybe it's just worded weirdly. Anyway, scrolling down to the footer of the website, we can follow the link to the documentation, which is not found. We can also follow the links to the FAQ, mission, and careers, but they all lead to the blog. The copyright is from 2021 to 2023, which makes the software look like it's been discontinued. Since the code is open source, for some reason, we can look at the commit history to see if it's still maintained.
Nope.
The first commit was in March of 2023, and the last commit was in April of 2023. So it looks like this software has been abandoned. Also notice how there is only one contributor to the project, which seems strange for software used by Airbus.
Yeah, you would think that would actually, have multiple contributors, and it wouldn't just be this random number there. It would normally have, some kind of official company, personnel and their GitHub account attached to it, but I digress.
I decided to purchase a couple of satellites to see if the collision detection system works correctly, so I signed up for an account. The latest data shown in the user interface is from April 2023, which is consistent with what we've seen so far. On the dashboard page, it shows me the total number of users for the app. I don't think that's in line with best security practices.
You shouldn't be showing the number of users for this. Yeah, he's right.
But maybe there's some community features planned for the software. When your headline or customer leads to a scuffed website, AI voiceover, broken links, and blockchain as a feature, my first
Oh, Jesus! What were we just talking about a little while ago?
impression is not positive, to say the least. And that's really the whole story of the Y Combinator announcement post. Huawei is mentioned at the top of the post, but based on other
Huawei's announced, but not listed. Interesting.
materials I found online, Huawei appears to be an investor in, and not a user of, the Dioxys framework. A product called satellite.im is linked, but their GitHub repo doesn't even use
That was 3 streams ago. Calm down. That was not 3 streams ago. We talked about blockchain, I think, slightly before you came in, Vampire.
Rust at all. It turns out the Dioxys version is deprecated. They have another repo using Dioxys, labeled as alpha software, but it hasn't been touched in over a year. Actually, the last commit on any repository was 4 months ago. I can't tell if the company is still operating, but according to LinkedIn, the founder no longer works at the company.
Oh.
Finally, we have the beautiful Mastodon client
Okay.
that a community member built, which leads to a 404 page.
Oh!
It's only been 2 years since Dioxys was accepted into Y Combinator, yet the announcement page more closely resembles a graveyard than a showcase. The Dioxys Labs website, which the maintainers are in control of, lists some of the same companies, and has the same problems, conflating investors with users, and not
Jeez.
providing any links to blog posts, or even quotes from the companies listed. I want to play you a clip from the GoSim conference, where the Dioxys founder presented to an audience in Beijing. This one part really stood out to me.
We also benefit from this like AI boom. Like the AI models out there really know HTML and CSS. Like they can pump out Dioxys components, no problem.
Okay.
Yes. AI is able to vibe code very effectively with Dioxys because it's using RSX and Tailwind. But you can do the same thing using Claude Code from a completely empty directory on your computer. I took a screenshot of a website and said replicate this for me. It made some questionable technical decisions, but it got the job done.
And like, caution, deprecated.
Everyone feels like a 10x developer because they have
I like that image over there. That's funny.
access to AI, but they fail to realize that everyone else has access to the exact same AI. So we're in a situation where 10x as many people are trying to become software engineers, even though there's 10x fewer jobs needed. People feel the most powerful in their weakest position. For Dioxys to be a viable competitor to React for web development, it would need to replicate React DevTools for inspecting the virtual DOM, Redux DevTools for inspecting the application state, debugger functionality that JavaScript has and Rust doesn't, and even quality of life things like automatic Tailwind class name sorting. And after all this, Dioxys will only have feature parity with React, but with significantly worse page load performance.
And you're going up against Facebook. If I remember, Meta is the big one behind React. React's a piece of garbage itself, don't get me wrong. But it actually is useful in many ways around the world.
The market for Dioxys isn't web, desktop, or mobile apps. The market is for developers who target all of these platforms with one codebase. Although it may seem desirable to use the same code for every
It's not.
platform, this usually isn't the case. Let's take Google Maps as an example. The mobile app probably represents 90% of the usage of the platform.
That makes
If
sense.
we wanted to add web functionality to the mobile app, we would need to modify hundreds of things, like removing the marker showing where you are on the map, removing the live navigation mode, completely changing the menu structure, adding Street View, and so much more. Why massively complicate the code for the mobile app just to serve the 10% of people using the web app? It's better to keep the codebases separate in this case. I
Right.
haven't talked about the full stack aspect of Dioxys yet. Dioxys has server functions, similar to how Next.js works for React. The monetization plan for Dioxys is to offer cloud services similar to Vercel. So for the future success of Dioxys as a business, it must also attract developers who desire both front-end and back-end functionality. Viewed
Okay.
through this lens, the improved showcase still reflects poorly on Dioxys' position in the market. Hemi and
The only fact that you have 6 projects that had any commits recently is a problem.
Link Echo haven't had any commits in the past 3 months, so it's questionable to call them active projects. The Felonium project is made by one of the employees of Dioxys Labs, and Bionic GPT is made by the same guy who created the Airbus satellite collision avoidance system. Worst of all, none of these projects use Dioxys server functions, so if Dioxys Labs releases their Dioxys deploy product, it doesn't look like there's any users from the showcase who could take advantage of it. I want to give some advice to the founder of Dioxys from the book The Lean Startup by Eric Ries. The audacity of zero. The irony is that it is often easier to raise money or acquire other resources when you have zero revenue, zero customers, and zero traction than when you have a small amount. Zero invites imagination, but small numbers invite questions about whether large numbers will ever materialize.
It's an
Everyone
interesting
knows,
perspective.
or thinks he or she knows, stories of products that achieved breakthrough success overnight. As long as nothing has been released and no data has been collected, it is still possible to imagine overnight success in the future. Small numbers pour cold water on that hope. It's easy to say that business is booming because you reached the top of GitHub trending, but don't be fooled by the audacity of zero. instead of collecting GitHub repositories like their
But he's just dropping Pokemon badges in the middle of his video. Gotta catch 'em all!
gym badges. Focus on getting a single dollar of revenue from a customer who isn't an investor. Or even focus on getting any Dioxys user their first dollar from a customer. I suspect you will find it harder than you think. I want to end with my thoughts about the Rust ecosystem as a whole. If you're a Rust maximalist who embraces the idea that Rust is on the moon and powers 40% of the internet, just remember that having 30,000 GitHub stars isn't necessarily the flex that you think it is.
Yeah.
Most Rust projects I see are backward-facing, wondering how the world could have been a better place if only all the software were written with Rust. But you have to skate to where the puck is going. You might have thought that Flutter or React Native cross-platform was terrible when you went full-time in 2023,
Yeah.
but you need to take into account the time it takes to develop a competitor. For example, Flutter Web is significantly better in 2025 than it was in 2023, now
Fair
that
enough.
we've implemented hot reload for the web. JetBrains Compose multi-platform is going to be better in 2026 once the web version reaches feature parity with other platforms. Is Dioxys going to be the best choice for mobile development in
Probably not.
2026? With every second, the window of opportunity for Dioxys to become a viable competitor is shrinking. I'm not saying that every open source project needs to dominate the market or should aim to monetize their users, but with $500,000 in funding, the bar for success is very high. Be sure to check out the links in the description, and, as always, thanks for watching.
Yeah, that's interesting. I've been seeing like some people talking about this and all that, but I haven't seen any like real projects built with it or anyone talking about this framework and language being used, because I've just been like, there's so many different alternatives that he even mentioned. Your thoughts on PewDiePie's latest video? I haven't seen it. I'm not chronically online. I honestly, like, only hear about PewDiePie's videos and takes on certain videos, because people have mentioned it to me. I am taking a look through my Google account, takeout. It's insane what they are all saving. Oh yeah, Google has tons of data on you. So what video did PewDiePie have up? Who's PewDiePie? PewDiePie is one of the largest YouTubers. Period. Like, he's got 110 million followers. Built a nuclear supercomputer. Okay, so he built a PC. I know he did his Linux journey and everything. Yeah, I know that. Oh, okay. It's hard to tell who's joking, who's not. Yeah, he completely switched to Linux. Yeah, I know that. He did that many weeks ago.
Dioxys.
But yeah. Only reasons why I'm not online is that the changes of everything is working, so I can be online is small. Yeah. Yeah. The only reason I'm not an Arch user is because I touch grass. I'm curious about. Does autofocus work on this? Which kind of grass? I don't know. Living one? Just curious about something. Oh, yeah, we can definitely see the gray in my hair. I don't know. It looked like the video to me was like a little grainy or something. I don't know. That might have just been my eyes. Could have just been my glasses need to get cleaned. Could be that needs to be cleaned. Why touch grass when you can touch the sea? I mean, you do you, boo-boo. If that's what the kids are calling it these days. Chief, is it starting to get cooler in your area? Yeah. I think it's recently been about, like, I've been waking up to about 17 degrees with a high of 28 degrees, and it's starting to come down where I'll be able to keep the windows open all week long because it's getting about 23 degrees. Yeah, so once it starts averaging about 23 to 25 or lower as a peak is when I normally keep all the windows open. Though I don't know why all the lighting all of a sudden decides to turn me into Casper the Friendly Ghost. You love the fall. It's alright. I think I will probably be renting a scissor lift in the next week or two so I can get my ham radio antennas up and then get back into my ham station. I think next year I'll be pursuing amateur extra class for my radio. I think that should be fun. I want to knock that out before I go to DEF CON next year. And if I can, before, what was the word? Before I hit, the hell just happened to the stream there? Dropping a bunch of packets. I don't know what happened to my stream, but it was just saying, like, I just dropped some stuff. That was weird. So TSA announces luggage change. No, it's not you. I don't know what the hell happened there. Okay. Yeah, it was probably buffering because of whatever issue was going on. I'm still getting significantly less issues with the new ISP than I was with the old one. Hold up. Itch.io and some Lego games that were safe for work got hit too. What? Swirl out, back chewing on the line. Probably. Oh, the chair is comfy. Okay, so... TSA bans new items in checked-in bags. See what they are, why they're banned. Okay. TSA recently got rid of their shoes off rule. Oh, they did, but I'm pre-check. They need to get rid of this 3.4 ounce rule. Makes no sense. I should be able to bring a bottle of booze in my carry-on. There are 3 new items banned by TSA that you may need to know about. TSA bans some cordless hair tools in checked luggage. Okay. Chat. Do I look like that's a concern of mine? Okay. So they banned some cordless hair tools in checked luggage. Cordless iron, curling irons, or flat irons containing gas cartridge. Hold up. Ladies, I know some of y'all are in chat. Could y'all explain gas cartridges in a curling iron? Or wait, flat irons containing gas... Can somebody explain this to me? Like, is there a flat iron or something like that with the gas car? Like, is it like a propane-powered hair accessory that Hank Hill would be using? Are you telling me if we handed this to Hank Hill, he might actually start giving himself a perm? Because it's propane. Butane-fueled curling irons or flat irons. That's a thing? I didn't know that was a thing! I didn't know these were a thing either. Gas refills, spare cartridges for curling irons or flat irons. Yeah, I've only heard of electric ones. I mean, it makes sense, but yeah. What the hell? These bizarre and unexpected items are TSA approved. Okay. Live lobsters. Okay. Christmas lights. Why the hell would someone need to travel with Christmas lights? Cowboy spurs. Okay, that makes sense, but they have to be in your check. They have to be off your boots and placed in carry-on and checked bags. So you mean I get scrutinized for my soldering iron, but y'all can come in with cowboy spurs? Alrighty. Antlers. Same question. Oh, you need to ensure that the item will fit in the overhead bin or underneath the seat of the airplane if you're bringing it as a carry-on. Harry Potter wands and lightsabers. Okay. Coffee and espresso. Who of you are bringing coffee makers on a plane with you? Like, I can understand a French press, but an espresso maker? Magic 8 Ball. Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Sewing machines. Makes sense. But I want to know who's going through with a waffle iron. Especially if you're in the US. Come on. There's a Waffle House everywhere in this damn country. Just go to Waffle House. By the way, Waffle House is one of the better restaurants that you can ever eat at. You know, if we're talking about, like, in terms of chain restaurants, I'm sure there's better, but I will tell you, I will never turn down a Waffle House for breakfast or a mid-drunk meal. They're great. It's filling. I'd rather go to a Waffle House than a Denny's. Denny's is only second to a Waffle House. And then IHOP is just not that great. Yes, I know, they're the international house of pancakes, but if you ever go to an IHOP for anything other than pancakes, you will be experiencing disappointment. The steak and eggs at a Waffle House is better than the steak and eggs at an IHOP. Trust me on this. I was very disappointed with my steak and eggs when I was at IHOP. Yeah, IHOP used to be great. They used to be amazing. But something happened over the past few years where I'm like, I just always have a disappointing issue there. Yet some of our parents were allowed to put us on international flights solo. Get me drunk and I'll bring the coffee maker through. Runs into me at DEF CON. Like, I'm just imagining Vampire runs into me at DEF CON. And he'll be like, yeah, you can find me. I'll be the guy carrying around a coffee maker for you. Waffle House and Perkins. What's Perkins? I ain't ever heard of that one. Everything always sticky, too. Yeah, at IHOP? Oh, yeah, everything's sticky. And you don't know if it's from the syrup or did somebody else just do the nasty there. I got the hiccups all of a sudden. But yeah. I once asked for steak and eggs at IHOP cooked rare. Looked like a new level of doneness beyond well. Well, even worse than that. So I like to get my steak and eggs like medium rare. You know, sunny side up eggs, medium rare steak. It just did not look like a good quality cut of meat. For what I was paying, at least. That's just my 2 cents. Gas-powered coffee maker, too. Yeah. You gotta come around with a gas-powered coffee maker. If you do have a gas-powered coffee maker and you come in with that, make sure you at least slap a sticker of Hank Hill on the side. Something like propane accessories. Ugh. But yeah, All right, we're going to take a quick break for a sec. Nature is calling me, and I want to grab some ice cream from the freezer that I have in the corner. I got some Mexican paletas. Yeah. I got Costco-sized Mexican ice cream. One of my few sugary treats I will allow myself to have. Yeah. Nature's calling. Give me like 2-3 minutes. There's going to be some ads rolling, so we can avoid having ads in a little bit. But you're not missing anything. There's a BRB screen. Okay. We are back. So, wait, did I hit the zoom in button? Yeah, I did. I knew someone was a little off. So these are some Mexican ice cream. I used to get these all the time. And I was going by Costco, and I noticed they had these. So I bought the entire box, and there's like 30 of them. These are, paletas from, what is it, helados? I think that's how you say it. And this is coconut. So I got a box of like 10 coconut, 10 mango, and 10 strawberry. And those are all the flavors I happen to like. They have like other flavors too. Sometimes I like going into the local Mexican shops, get the ice cream there. Because their ice cream is just so much better. The one thing I will say is when I was in Europe, not all of them have great ice cream. And apparently, the one thing America is better at than the Europe in is ice cream. Because we actually require, by law, in America, for it to be called ice cream to have actual cream in it. Whereas in the EU, and specifically the UK, my understanding is, they now are, like, going to, like, vegetable oil and everything. Like, yeah, ice cream over there is just horrible. You're better off getting gelato. Oh, German ice cream is great. I am not faulting German ice cream. If it's German, it's really great too. But, yeah. The one thing I miss about when living in Germany was the cheese truck that came into town every week, every other week or so. Because the cheese in Europe is just awesome. American cheese is horrible. Including you Wisconsinites with your cheese. It's just horrible compared to European cheese. And don't even get me started on how American cheese is just plastic bits. But moving on to another story. So, this is from Cyberwaffle. Pull this up over here. Alright. That's kind of funny. TikTok actually recommended my own video. So this is Keir Starmer makes the internet dangerous. We've seen Cyberwaffle before in last stream. There was a video that I was reacting to about the UK wanting to ban VPNs and everything. I think I have that video up actually on YouTube now. But now I'm thinking of cream and I want to order some cannoli from this local bakery. Well, Alchemist. To that I say, leave the gun. Take the cannoli. What should you do if I bought a propane iced coffee maker with empty cartridges? That would be interesting. Your thoughts on European bread versus American bread? European bread is so much better. The flour quality and a lot of other things is just so much better. Like, to the point, I did a comparison. I had an American-made French baguette, and then you had a actual, like, proper French baguette. I tried the one that I brought back from Strasbourg, and I tried the American one, and the American one from a French-owned bakery in America wasn't even up to the same level. Now, of course, that's a one-off. It could just be the bakery, all that stuff. But overall, like, let's go even lower than that. Crap. What is... There is a grocery store, it's like, I think it's Asda, I think it was. I think that was the grocery store that I came across when I was, like, in Portugal, too. Maybe I'm thinking of a different one. It's like kind of like Aldi, but it's not. You know what I'm talking about. The pastries you can get and the food just you can get like regularly ready to eat there was so much better than the American one. Little, that's it. Little, it was Little. I was like, I knew it wasn't Asda, but it was like Little sounded a little bit better. Yeah, Little was the one. Anyway, so let's watch this video over here. See what Cyberwaffle was talking about with Keir Starmer makes the internet dangerous, which I do agree that he did. Because these government politicians don't even understand how the internet works and how children actually work.
So earlier this year, Keir Starmer made a pledge to create more jobs in the UK, and he's thrown out some crazy figures out there. And the best way he's decided to do this is by making sure people get fired. I don't know. Let's just dive into it. So with the Online Safety Act, there's so many more different laws and regulations that companies have to adhere to when it comes to like moderating platforms and especially safe.
So I've already been talking about this quite a bit. A lot of companies are just going to pull out of the UK altogether rather than do business in there. And you're already seeing like some social media sites now, I know it's like 4chan and stuff like that, that are saying specifically they're not going to comply with the UK laws. So what's the UK going to have as a recourse for non-UK companies that choose not to follow the UK Online Safety Act and have no presence whatsoever? You're just going to fine them in an unconstitutional way? Yeah.
Safety concerns online. Now, whilst all of the safety concerns online are perfectly valid, and they are things that we should investigate, understand, and introduce preventative measures to make sure people aren't getting harassed, the laws that have been implemented by Keir Starmer have gone so extreme that companies manually and physically cannot moderate them and uphold those various rules and regulations. It is
Agreed.
just impossible. So, TikTok to cut hundreds of UK moderation jobs amid Online Safety Act's rollout. And
hold up. Why would that be the case? I'm just curious, because wouldn't you need more moderation to fall in line with the UK Online Safety Act? So why are they cutting it? Unless TikTok is planning to not be in the UK long term, because it's going to be too much of it's a possibility. Anyway, let's see what he says.
By the way, this whole video, whilst we're using TikTok as an example, this is just the tip of the iceberg. Thousands of tech companies and especially social media platforms and different online forums are having to cut jobs and replace people with AI because the rules and regulations that have been put in place make operating a social media platform too much of a financial risk for these companies.
That makes sense. Plus the requirements of even the Take It Down Act. The Take It Down Act requires a 48-hour turnaround, which to, the average person may seem like a long time. But when you're talking about an enterprise and knowing the various levels of administration that does go on, it ends up being that you're going to have to expedite things and, ban first, verify later. And I think that's the problem that you're seeing is that AI is going to have to be leveraged more and more to meet these artificial time constraints that governments are creating on all these platforms, creating more problems.
Essentially, if you violate the Online Safety Act and you're not based in the UK, the fine is 10% of your business's global revenue. Now,
revenue, not profit. That's a big problem. I don't know who the UK thinks they are to think that this is going to be worthwhile to be done, because what's going to end up happening is people are just not going to want to do business with the UK.
Companies like TikTok, it makes no sense for them to give 10% of their company's entire revenue to the UK government because they weren't able to moderate online safety regulations on their platform, which, by the way, it's impossible to regulate the internet. They're trying to turn the internet into an overly regulated police state, and it just doesn't work. People do similar things online that they do in person, and this is the exact same thing of, for example, if someone gets stabbed outside of a nightclub, that's like charging the whole city that happened in 10% of the annual revenue for that happening. It just doesn't work. So
interesting analogy there, but not really off base.
TikTok is preparing to lay off hundreds of staff in London from its Trust and Safety Department, according to the report in the Financial Times. The cuts come as the UK's Online Safety Act begins to take effect, imposing stricter requirements on international tech companies to prevent the spread of harmful content or risk heavy penalties. Now, there is an even bigger issue here, but before we get into that, a quick shout out to Private Internet Access VPN. If you're looking for a VPN...
We talked about this the last time I brought him up. I know he's a content creator trying to make his money, but Private Internet Access has some actual ethical issues since they got bought out by Cape Technologies. I used to use Private Internet Access myself. I do not recommend them. I do not. The two that I recommend, one I am affiliated with, one I am not, to make it fair and balanced. If you want to support the channel, Proton, definitely a great one with a great rapport, not held by shady companies. Again, Private Internet Access used to be great. You can check the links in bio for that. And if you just want to have an even more private VPN, I'm not affiliated with them. They're not affiliated with anyone. Molvad is a great VPN provider. But yeah, I'm sorry. I know he's getting his, trying to make his bread. I'm not faulting him for that. The issue is that Private Internet Access themselves have not been a good company for quite a few years now, since being acquired by Cape Technologies. And by the way, Cape Technologies also owns CyberGhost, as well as ExpressVPN. So you should avoid those companies too. That's why it's always important to keep on tabs on the services and companies that you are actually purchasing, so that way you can better understand the entire chain. The stream is brought to you by Delete Me. Oh, you joke, but I am partnered with them too. But we can talk about them another time. You talk about Palantir. It's talked about being implementation here in Germany. Not familiar with that one. If you want to drop a link, Dassist, we can take a look at that maybe in a second.
Yeah, I put it there. Anyway, back to the video. So like we've just mentioned, TikTok are going to have to replace their moderation tools with AI because it's impossible for a team of a couple hundred people based in London to moderate the UK's traffic on TikTok and to deal with support requests.
Right.
It's just not feasible. The problem with this is for the past 2 months, TikTok have actually been rolling out their AI tech for their moderation, and it doesn't work, like, at all.
It's not just a couple of months. They've been doing this for years, except we've only started calling it AI for maybe the past like 2 years or so. They've been using machine learning for a while, and it doesn't really work that well. I've seen it myself where I've gotten banned for regulated goods and illegal services when talking about cybersecurity and, just showing coding things. Seekney actually got banned on TikTok, like their account was removed because they educated people on PowerShell arrays. Just PowerShell and arrays in it. Their account got restored. But the AI is not that great. But I understand why they have to do it, because now the US, the UK, and it looks like even the EU is trying to create these rules that are requiring you to punish first, verify later. Where even I had one of my recent videos, the one talking about the fallacy with going after encrypted spaces to protect children and everything. That originally was flagged as, quote, unoriginal content, end quote. I had to appeal that. It got approved. Took a day, though, and thus took a chunk of my potential earnings, because and my appeal literally said, like, this is me. Look at all my other videos. You will see this is me. This is completely original content made by me. They did, restore the content ability to be monetized, but when you do that, just so you're aware, if you get a few strikes, you lose the ability to monetize your account, and it will also suppress your content. So the AI currently is problematic. Is a Wikipedia link okay? Yeah, that's totally fine. Just drop it in the chat.
For the past month, this TikTok account has been parading around pretending to be me, directing people to join Telegram groups, scamming people, and of course, there's conversations happening in the comment section where people feel like they're talking to me as...
I was actually just talking to my TikTok rep about this very issue. So, hold on. I have something to show y'all. So, as you know, I work in cybersecurity. So, with that being said, hold on. I actually have a list that my community has actually been looking at. And we've actually collected a list, and I haven't updated this in a while, but there's 145 accounts I found that have impersonated me, trying to pose as me. I've reported every single one of these, and TikTok has done nothing about it. Now that I have a TikTok rep I can actually speak to, I just sent this list over to them. But look at this, 145 accounts. I'm not the only one who has experienced these and reported these accounts, mind you. But the fact that we can't tackle this easily just shows us how flawed the TikTok algorithm, machine learning, AI, whatever you want to call it, is when attacking these problems, because it should be as simple as you file a report in for impersonation, you look at the primary account, you look at the secondary account and see they're literally taking my content and reposting it and then messaging people and trying to scam them. So he is right on that point that TikTok's moderation is not that great. Because you have 145 accounts here. These are not me. And I'm sure there's probably more that I have missed. Now, the interesting thing when I was doing my threat intel, what do you call it? Threat hunting for this, was I have a dummy account that I literally go through because I know no one knows me. And these accounts, the first thing they do when they're created is block me so I can't see them to report them. It's interesting how the entire, attack they do works. They will steal my content, post it on their page to look like me, message other people, And then all these other things. Tag, you only got one account on TikTok. I should probably block the other account that I follow. I have two. Just the secondary account I barely post to. I have Chief Geek 3D, and then I have Chief Geek 3D Printer. So same spelling, just printer at the end. Those are my only two accounts that I have on TikTok. And the idea originally was Chief Geek 3D would just be me doing my thing. Chief Geek 3D Printer would be my shenanigans one. I'll probably get back to doing Chief Geek 3D Printer stuff because now I'm trying to keep the Chief Geek 3D stuff focused. Now that I'm, actually, following TikTok's frameworks for different ways to grow my accounts and stuff like that. Not that there's an issue with the content I'll make. It's just it doesn't fit with it because they told me themselves it's better to stick with being consistent on that account. And Chief Geek 3D Printer is more of my ADHD bonanza account. No matter how many accounts I block, it seems AI reposted stories and impersonators of others flood my FYP. Yeah, that happens quite a bit. I actually had an incident one time where one of my videos was stolen by an impersonator. That repost of it got a huge amount of traction from when I was talking about, I think it was a video talking about how employers have access to your machines at any given time and you shouldn't be doing stupid things on it. And the Daily Mail picked up on my video, wrote an entire article about it. I didn't find out about that I was mentioned in an article until someone, showed me the article, and they were linking the impersonator's account. And I had to reach out to the Daily Mail and say, that's an impersonation account. You should tag me. Remove their video. And they did remove their video ultimately, but I couldn't provide the original video because it had been done a year before they had stole that video. So, and TikTok, as you know, is horrible to be able to search content. But nonetheless, TikTok's algorithms and moderation definitely has a huge amount of improvement that needs to be done nonetheless. So I do definitely agree with Cyberwaffle here.
This guy is the guy in the video. This is not my account. And despite 65 reports to TikTok, sending screenshots of me being logged into this YouTube account that you're watching right now, the Cyberwaffle account, despite all of that stuff, TikTok have still denied that this person doesn't own the content.
Yep. That is a problem. And then, they'll give you the runaround of you got to go through a DMCA claim, because of all this and all that. And most creators don't have the time nor the money to go through with a lawyer to go about taking these things down. I've looked at it, and it's just not worth my money to go about doing it. Now, if I were making more serious amounts of money, then I probably would.
It has been impossible to talk to a human at TikTok. So actually, whilst editing this video, they've just responded. So after all of those reports, and of course reports from you guys and other people, they've come back telling me that what I should do is I should file a report.
That happens way too often. And the only way you get to talk to an actual person at TikTok, no offense to my rep, is you must be blessed with the presence and invitation to speak with them. Don't get me wrong, my rep's awesome. She's awesome. But yeah, it is TikTok's moderation system and reporting system is horrible. And I've even tried going through the back channels of the legal complaint side of things, and it doesn't work that much better there. I get a bit more of a response there for false account takedowns, things like that, where I can at least get a second look. But their moderation practices definitely need more refinement.
Jesus Christ. One human could look at it, see that all the videos went up on my YouTube account before they were posted on there, and ascertain that that was stolen content. But in the process, hundreds of people have been scammed and ripped off because TikTok in the UK does not have staff at the moment. And if they struggled to deal with that amount of requests, they would be fined 10% of their global revenue to the UK government for not being able to uphold those requests.
And I get a bunch of people trying to scam them for stocks and cryptocurrency and, all these different things. Yeah, like I think my pinned Blue Sky post is literally telling people there are active scams out there that I am, being impersonated for.
This speaks volumes to a core issue that's currently happening online, and the Online Safety Act is only making these issues significantly more worse over time. If we are talking about the safety of children on the internet, let's just pretend that the government actually care about that. I know it's a stretch, but if the core issue is the safety of children on the internet and moderating and regulating these platforms, what they should do is give these platforms the tool sets, the means, the resources, and maybe even some government tax cuts on some instances to help put funding into these various areas of the business.
You expect government to actually help you. The same government that, as I talked about earlier in the video, where I said the main reason why a lot of children are having access to a lot more adult content and everything isn't just because the internet is easier to access that, but by virtue of everything being more expensive, that in most countries I experience, you have to have both parents working, which then leads to an issue where children don't have proper amounts of supervision and guidance because the parents are working when the kids are home. So it leads to this feedback loop of a problem. And we're leading our kids to be educated by the television, by the computer, by the iPad, rather than, the parents actually being parents. It's a problem. But is government actually going to address those? No, because they'd actually have to admit that there's a problem with the cost of inflation and the cost of everything, and how they've actually been shafting the middle class in favor of the, rich elitists that, so they can get better tax cuts and things like that across the board. But I digress.
To employ more people to help prevent this stuff online, or even set up government-regulated online support systems that allow people to submit reports externally from TikTok and allow them to get resolved and fixed. By introducing these 10% of global revenue fines,
Actually, his point about an external system would actually be a pretty good one. So in the United States, I know Trump and Musk have tried to gut this quite a bit, but like, say you have an issue with a financial provider, PayPal, your bank, whatnot, you can go to the CFPB, the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, and then you can file a complaint, and then you actually have the government in as a mediator basically between the issue there, and if they actually see wrongdoing, they can hold the company accountable. I've actually done this several times when PayPal screwed me over on some payments. When you have ISPs being bad, you can go to the FCC, the Federal Communications, I forget what the last C stands for, but you can go to the FCC and you can file a complaint against your ISP, your mobile provider, something like that. And it's actually been able to push forward a lot of fixes. Commission, thank you. Don't know why I blanked on that. Federal Communications Commission. But the FCC is able to push the ISP to actually resolve issues in ways that me complaining as a customer can't. So I do believe these third-party systems are a little bit better.
We're driving companies to get rid of all of their staff and just use AI to moderate their platforms. But AI doesn't fully understand context, meaning, intent, tone of voice, sarcasm, language. It doesn't understand any of that stuff.
They definitely don't, because you know how many times I got banned off of Facebook for Jewish jokes as a Jewish person? And I ain't even talking about like the horrible, make you gasp kind of Jewish jokes that I also have done. I'm talking about it is literally just Jewish humor. Crazy.
So whilst one thing may be considered offensive, it could not be. So the AI ends up focusing on that, rather than the actual issues that exist on the platform. On TikTok, there's content that is genuinely illegal, like genuinely flat out illegal. And if TikTok actually employed more people to regulate the platform and approve content that goes up and be able to actually respond to report requests on the platform, it would be safer, not just for kids, for everyone. But the government introducing these dystopian regulations that basically mean that these social media companies have to essentially do the impossible means that the problem will only get worse.
Right.
However, this is the big kicker. The AI system that TikTok will be using won't be a proprietary system that they built. It will be a third-party system.
Agreed.
Because that means TikTok has plausible deniability.
Well, not only that, well, they have plausible deniability, which is the same reason why a lot of vendors are moving to third-party payment processors, because if there's an issue, they don't hold the liability anymore, especially in terms of PCI. But they don't have to spend the money on training these systems and building them up and having an AI department, because do you know how expensive that is overall to run LLM training, AI training, and all these other things? It's not a cheap thing. I know where I work, we had an AI department so that we could actually develop an in-house LLM to go through legal contracts and stuff like that. That was a very costly endeavor from my understanding. It ended up being quite a bit of a success as well, but it is an expense that not every company wants to take on. So why not outsource it to another company to handle this, and then if something goes wrong, you can then point to them and have the liability shift to that company. It's the same thing with all these ID verification companies. As flawed as their systems are, where you saw in the last stream we were talking about, people were using the guy from Death Stranding or Gary's mod to be able to bypass these things, as well as, you know, using MP's own images inside of satirical driver's licenses that then passed. The platforms themselves can just go back and say, hey, look, we just linked into their platform. We didn't build the platform. So if you have issues, go talk to them. It's the same thing.
Anything horrific happens on the platform or they get audited by Ofcom, they can say, well, actually, all of our content moderation is outsourced to this company. And this company, third party,
Literally what it just said.
I don't know, $500 million a year and the rest, they'll, as part of that fee, they'll be taking the legal consequence for moderation of the platform. Now, this is the same with many different platforms out there, because at the moment, TikTok, which at one point was actually making strides to make the platform safer, has now had to switch their focus to making sure they don't get sued. You're basically forced.
At the end of the day, that's what a lot of these regulations ultimately do that people don't seem to understand, especially politicians, because most of these politicians haven't actually worked in an enterprise setting. Most of the things that we end up doing in cybersecurity, straight up, honestly, has to do with avoiding lawsuits and liability. Making sure that we have as little exposure as possible. The risk versus the expense is always something that will come about in your cybersecurity career, where you're going to be like, this will happen at some point in everyone's cybersecurity journey. You see this need for a technology, but the company doesn't see the value in expensing for that technology. But you know it's going to fix all these problems. But then they go back to legal, and then they say, well, if this problem actually happens, it'll be cheaper to pay out the lawsuit than to actually implement the solution. At least what they say. Like, it's the whole Ford Pinto example. When Ford had the, I think it was Ford, created the Pinto car. For those of you not familiar, that was a piece of crap car that if you rear-ended it in just the right way, you would actually have your gas tank explode. And there was a huge lawsuit around this. And Ford, I think it was Ford again, sat back and literally just said, well, how much would it cost to recall all the cars to fix them? And how much would the lawsuit cost? Okay, the lawsuit is cheaper. We'll do the payout. That's pretty much what a lot of companies are doing all the time. And why, when a lot of times you're like, it's pulling my, I'm losing my hair as to why they won't do these simple solutions, and it's simply because they can't justify the spend. I've been in an uphill battle for a while at work to get us to use YubiKeys admin-wide. If you have an admin account, you should be required to use a YubiKey to access it. Why have they not done it yet? Because it would cost us having to buy probably, I'd estimate, and this is probably a low-end estimate, 300 YubiKeys minimum. And I know in terms of an enterprise, that's not a very expensive spend, but it's still a few $1,000s that they're looking at as, do we really need to expense this? And I'm trying to bring the argument of, if we get compromised and we end up having lateral movement across because someone had an admin account that didn't have, had their Okta compromised rather than using a physical security key, this is going to be a lot cheaper to do a few $1,000s rather than a payout of what's going to at least be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So it's annoying. You have to, honestly, in cybersecurity, often justify spend in terms of dollars and cents, even though it's common sense. To us, at least.
These platforms to prioritize profit over safety because of the Online Safety Act.
The only people that do it right is Steam. No, Steam doesn't really do it right either. Well, they have good customer support. Let me get that right. They still don't support proper OAuth for MFA. So you have to use the Steam app to do their MFA, which is dumb. You should be able to do a YubiKey. I would love to use a YubiKey for my Steam account.
I think this is absolutely insane. If you just take a look online at the moment, these third-party moderation tools that for the most part are all driven by AI, or at least have AI as a big part of their workflow, they're becoming the kind of status quo for internet content moderation. Now, I'm sure, as we've seen in previous videos I've done, that if we actually go and investigate who's invested in these various firms, I'm pretty sure we'll find out some things that we can probably expect anyway. But this really does speak volumes.
I mean, he's got a point here that they're mostly just AI powered. What's up, Zero Crash? They're mostly just AI powered content moderation tools. Because even my email security system is powered by AI. I'm using Avanon for the email security system. It hooks in post delivery to the Office 365 tenant, so that way it can do analysis. So, yeah. I don't have an email gateway. I have an API that hooks into 365 and then does analysis based on that. And then if I want to hook it into Microsoft Teams, I'd need E5 licensing, but you can do that as well. Do you think Okta is still safe based on the current events of them being hacked? Yeah, they're reasonably safe. Most of the compromises that I've seen have been based on the tenants that people have used inside of Okta and their configurations around it. Okta themselves, I mean, look, no system's infallible. That's the honest truth. If you're on the internet, you are vulnerable. The way that I judge a company is not by if they get compromised, but if they do get compromised, how do they respond to it? And Okta has pretty much done a decent job, in my opinion. Whereas compared to LastPass, they dropped the ball severely. I mean, if I remember, LastPass was one of the companies that got compromised because one of their developers had a unpatched Plex box that was at least 70 or so versions behind, which shows me they didn't have zero trusting or anything. And if a developer can be that compromised on their home network, which leads to your enterprise infrastructure, you are not doing work from home or anything properly. But that's my 2 cents. Yo, you're finally live early. I've missed your lives. I've been okay.
Volumes.
I've decided to do an extra live today.
Online safety moderation is going, where basically rather than actually tackle the issues head on.
See you later, Vampire. Go charge your battery.
Introduce blanket bans and things like the Online Safety Act, which become somewhat dystopian, as a way to replace legitimate methods that don't restrict people's freedoms. This overall speaks volumes of the way that this technology is heading, and I personally hate it. Something else worth noting as well, from the 26th of July this year, which is just after the Online Safety Act got passed, the NHS actually had to start automating their messaging system on Twitter and various other social media platforms due to concerns about reports that their staff may receive for actually directly interacting with people. The Online Safety Act...
Oh, Jesus! I didn't even consider that as a possible fallout. So now you are making the country less safe in terms of medical situations because you're afraid that your employees may trigger a violation of the Online Safety Act and become a violation. Good God.
Dumbass.
made giving medical advice very difficult for the NHS to do through social media platforms, so they've just gone to the resort of not bothering at all. I genuinely don't understand the pure stupidity that's currently happening in government, where they can write up the Online Safety Act and not sit down and genuinely consider the knock-on effects this has to not just the British economy.
I can explain it very simply. You don't have any cybersecurity experts that actually work with them. The problem is, you can tell very easily the people that don't actually consult with cybersecurity people, because we're the ones that will do a risk analysis of just about anything. Now, some legal people may have that kind of understanding mentally of risk analysis as well. Honestly, when I've done cybersecurity for a legal firm, it was great, because I would go to them and I'd say, here's your liability if you do things this way versus if you do it this way. And it was very simple to get on the same wavelength as them. But a lot of these politicians may have a background in being a lawyer or a legal background, but not really an understanding in practicing towards regulation. Whereas that's where we come into cybersecurity, because a lot of my, perspectives come from, okay, we have to work within these legal or compliance frameworks we're trying to adhere to, whether it's like ISO, it's SOC, it's PCI, it's GDPR, it's PIPL, it's POPIA, it's PIPEDA, it's, HIPAA, FedRAMP, high tech, SOX. There's so many different frameworks and compliances out there that are legal or industry based. And a lot of these politicians don't seem to consider the knock-on effects. They don't ever think about what are the ripple effects of, if I do this, how does it affect that? And that's what happens with politicians all the time.
But every single online economy, which, by the way, the economy in every country in the world at the moment is pretty much dictated by the internet. This is just absolutely absurd. Anyway, thank you for watching. Make sure you go and check out private internet access at the link below.
Again, I know he's trying to get his bag. No, don't check out private internet access. Cape Technologies owns them. They're kind of shady. No hate to this guy. I understand where he's coming from. He's a content creator. But, yeah, it is a pretty good video there. Look, I'm not trying to, poop on anyone's bag that they're trying to get, but I have a duty and an obligation to my audience whenever possible to, let you know the situation of things. Random question. Do you know if Discord has good customer support got logged out for some reason? I haven't really dealt with them, but from what I've told, not really. At Cyber, my C-level team looks at me like I'm crazy whenever I mention risk assessments. Yeah, quite a few C-suites will do that, and those are the people that don't seem to understand. There's two types of companies. Those who know they've been hacked, and those who don't know they've been hacked yet. You'd be surprised how many people, when I deal with the C-suite, do not understand how bad their infrastructure is and how... I've literally had the statement that I've said so many different times of basically you're walking backwards through a cornfield butt naked. Except you're not just walking, you are power walking. Since I don't like PIA, what VPN do you recommend? So I got two I recommend. One, disclosure, I am affiliated with. One, I am not, but I do use both for different reasons. I personally recommend Proton VPN. I have a link for them in my bio, as well as in a lot of my YouTube content and everything like that. I like their entire suite of privacy tools. They work really well if you need to, get streaming services and things like that you want to work. They do work reasonably well. So when I was in Portugal, I was watching Hulu, Crunchyroll, and all those things. No problem using Proton VPN. If you're looking for something to be even more private, but it doesn't work as well with streaming sites and, getting content, but it'll work with YouTube and, accessing internet in general, but make you a little bit more private, that would be Molvad. Not affiliated with them, but Molvad is really great. I use it on one of my laptops, the one with Cubes OS. Have several different VPNs going out through that. one to the West Coast, one to the East Coast, one to the EU, and I can route my traffic different ways there because I'm using cubes to have these different tunnels set up. The great thing about Mulvad is you can actually pay them in Monero for the most private option next to cash. And of course, Proton and Mulvad both accept Bitcoin if you want to go that route. But Mulvad requires even less PII than Proton. As in, you just literally have an account number. You don't have an email tied to it or anything. So yeah. I think Proton is solid even as a free user. It's still secure, just miss out on some extra features. Yeah, even as a free option, it's pretty great, but I will say how cheap it is for the entire privacy suite. It's one of those, like, why the hell not? Could I talk about Palantir? Did you drop a link? Let me see if you did that. I know we were talking about it a little bit earlier. Oh, Palantir. Yeah, I've talked about Palantir a little bit before. It's, scary stuff. Yeah, Palantir. Yeah, we've talked about them. They've been kind of the boogeyman for a few years now, like 2 decades. Basically, the idea is tying in a bunch of different resources together to create databases that can cross-compare different people. So they have a lot of different companies out here. You got Morgan Stanley, Merck, Airbus, Wejo, Lilium, PG&E, Procter & Gamble, and Fiat Chrysler. I think it's Procter & Gamble. No, Pacific Gas and Electric Company. Why did I think it was Procter & Gamble? So they have a lot of different projects out there, but of course it's run by Peter Thiel, you know, PayPal dude. Basically, they do a lot of different government expansions, government work there, as you can see. Document leaked to TechCrunch revealed that Palantir's clients as of 2013 included at least 12 groups in the U.S. government, including the CIA, the DHS, the NSA, the FBI, the CDC, the Marine Corps, the Air Force, the Special Operations Command, the United States Military Academy, and the Joint Improvised Threat Defeat Organization, and Allies, and Recovery, Accountability, and Transparency Board, a National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. So they have access to a large amount of our data, biometrics, and stuff like that, and lots of agencies have been using it to tie together to build profiles on different people, similar to how Meta actually is building shadow profiles on every single user, even if they don't have a Facebook account. But yeah, it's definitely they're definitely a player that seems to be in the background because the average mainstream person doesn't know about them. They're more likely to know about, like, what is it, BlackRock, Blackstone, the one company that has like trillions in dollars of assets and things like that, than they are to actually likely know about Palantir, where, you know, I do agree that the issue of buying up all real estate around you to basically be a, siphoning up all that and screwing over the middle class is a problem. I'd have to say, in the grand scheme of things, what Palantir is doing is a little bit more concerning, just because of how secretive they are with all the things they do, but all the clients that they have using their data products. And they've been in the game longer than AI was really this buzzword that everyone was using, back when it was properly called machine learning. So yeah, Palantir, big problem in terms of privacy and things like that. They do have different products they say that are good and everything like that. Like, apparently they've have the Palantir Foundry, which is a software platform for use in commercial and civil government sectors. Is even used by NHS England in dealing with the COVID-19 pandemic in England to analyze the operation of the vaccination program. So they're using a lot of different data points, and it's just going to get worse and worse with how much data that it's collecting on you. And in a country like the UK, you got to understand, the UK actually has a scary amount of surveillance cameras. I don't know if y'all knew this. Like, you think that you walk around in the US and you're being monitored by cameras and stuff. The UK is really Orwellian in comparison. And it's all in the name of public safety. It's just wild. I hate PayPal. Most people hate PayPal. I hate the fact that we have to use it, and then it's basically a choke point for a lot of our financial control. As we saw, like Steam even had things screwing up. And what about messages? ChatGPT prompts and searches. Are they keeping this info? With ChatGPT? Yeah. ChatGPT, you have to assume that your data is actually being trained on. Amazon Q, in comparison, which many businesses are using and I use at work, they actually have in the agreement they don't train it on you. However, there is ChatGPT for business that is SOC 2 Type 2 compliant and actually doesn't train on that data from my understanding. But that is a minimum of $25 per month per user, and I think you need a minimum of 2 users to purchase that. So if like you're a family of 2, it might be worthwhile. You have it in your home lab, do that. But then, yeah. The thing you have to understand is most people are not paying for ChatGPT Plus, and you have to assume that if you are not paying for the product, then you are the product. That's the honest truth that you need to understand about things. Let's call it what it is, mass surveillance. Well, of course. Thing is, we're not that far off from V for Vendetta and the way they're going about things. Okay, now on to another less controversial topic. This was something that was cool, shared in the Discord by HBX. So first, LinHT tests. The future is here. LinHT booted up successfully for the first time. We believe that software-defined transceivers will be the next big trend in amateur radio. So for those of you that don't understand what I'm going about, I do amateur radio, ham radio, and all that stuff. But many of you may be familiar with the technology. It should be here somewhere on my desk. Okay, maybe not. I can find another time. Software-defined radios. So a software-defined radio lets you program a receiver for your radio, so you can adjust the frequency that it's actually listening in on. And these are great, but it's just a receiver, not a transmitter. So then that becomes the problem, is we've always had to rely on other systems to do the transmission and building out these systems to be able to accommodate it. So, and what you end up doing is with a lot of these transceivers, for those of you not familiar with that term, transceiver is both a transmitter and a receiver. Where the hell is my SDR? I know it's around here somewhere. That bugs me because I had a project for it. Oh, I think I know where it is. It's probably in the ham shack over there with all the other radio stuff. So we've been trying to push for software-defined transceivers for quite a long time. So this was interesting to see here. The test device has no RF amplifier, although we will include GRF 5604 RF amplifier in the next revision. The output power of this test is around 5 decibels. Frequency range 420 to 450 megahertz, so it's in the UHF range. While some doubted the design is even viable, we continued our work tirelessly. So basically what they did is they built a radio here, and that's full Linux inside of it. It's open source hardware. Now it's a little bit expensive right now because it's in proof of concept. About $500 for PCB plus assembly at PCB Way. It says they had 5 pieces there, so you'll need that. They took a Redivis C62 as the donor, so that must be the radio body. They gutted out. And then $469 for the SOM. 5 pieces of that. So you're probably talking roughly about $200 per radio, which is still not that expensive when you know my digital mode radio cost me $200 when I was at Hamvention. Coming from the CB world, that is wild. Oh, yeah. I need to confess something. A while ago, I used ChatGPT as a therapist. I know it's bad, and and I stopped, but it seems like an easy way at that time. Well, yeah, that was a problem. A lot of people were using it for that reason, you know, for different things like that, and I knew it was going to be a problem at a certain point. So, let me see if I can open up. So the GitHub is out here for the M17 project. As you can see, I already started. This is the Linux-based SDR handheld transceiver over here. So as you can actually see, they have not only photos in here, but they have the parts in here in KiCad. So you have the entire files over here to make your own. And there's probably going to be more iterations on this. It's a reasonably powered radio, to be honest. Dual-core ARM Cortex-A55 at 1.7 gigahertz with an ARM Cortex-M33 coprocessor, floating point units, ARM Ethos U65 micro NPU neural processing unit with TensorFlow Lite support. I'm curious what you would need a neural processing unit for. This radio has 2 gigabytes of RAM and 32 gigabytes of eMMC, so it's a little bit beefy. They've managed to, it looks like, have supported modes of FM transmission and reception with pre-D emphasis and CTCSS. That's great. You can use the privacy codes and everything like that. Single sideband transmission and reception. M17 transmission and reception. So far, they only have tetra reception. And you can do 64 cam transmission at 2 megabits per second. That's not bad. And they have other modes that are going to be added later, like APRS, which will be useful for if you're doing GPS and things like that. So, this seems like a pretty interesting project that I definitely want to keep my eyes on. Because this is definitely going to help revolutionize amateur radio. If we can start not having to worry about building our own radios from hardware components, but now have to focus more on the software logic side of things. I think that'd be really, really great to see if I could tinker with a lot of these things. So it's apparently part of the M17 Foundation over here, connecting amateur radio operators worldwide through open source solutions. So let's see what kind of projects they've had out here. So they've had the M17 protocol. Completely open source digital voice protocol designed for amateur radio use. Not a single part of it is patent encumbered. M17 uses codec 2 voice codec. So that's kind of interesting. I'll be interested to see what I can play with on that. OpenRTX, an open source alternative firmware for digital ham radios. That's interesting. But I am curious which radios actually can work with this. So you've got some Kenwoods out here, Motorola's, the Yaesus. Oh, interesting. I can use this on my current FT991A. That's good to know. I do have to change some phase settings, TX inverted, RX normal, test with module 17. You've got some ICOMs. So it's got some decent amount of support. It's still going to have to be a little bit more improved. So you do have to modify the Quanxing over there, which is another one I was looking at. And Baofeng doesn't have too much support. That's an interesting little protocol over there. We'll have to play with that eventually. And I want a CB radio running Linux just to do it. Well, that's not too hard, actually. So CB is just HF, so you can actually... let me see if I can find it over here. I think it's called Radioberry. I think that's it. So you have the Radioberry over here. So the Radioberry is an actual radio card, Raspberry Pi hat that can be plugged into a Raspberry Pi. And, So you have this little board over here. And that could actually be... I mean, you can have more beefy versions of it. There is a way to add an amplifier to this. But this is running HF. Now, all ham radio is was it 27.9 to 28.2 megahertz, if I'm not mistaken? Let me see. Hold on. CB radio frequency. Oh, I'm sorry. 26.965 megahertz to 27.405 megahertz. So I was way off there. Well, not way off, about a megahertz off. So all you really need to do is program your radio to hit these channels, and then you can probably set up some memory slots for your 40 channels here. Now that's interesting. There's A through H bands. Oh, it's band E, CB. Okay. There's a car radio that runs Linux, and I'd love to tinker with it. Yeah, I heard about that as well. But essentially, you can make a ham radio very easily. I think CB radios are only about 3 or 5 watts. I can't remember off the top of my head. Okay, so serving, there's a difference between CB. Okay. For that purpose only, CB radios which output up to 4 watts of power are approved. Amateur radio, this is an important thing to know. Amateur radios, we're generally allowed up to 1,500 watts. So you can overpower someone in the CB frequency. But generally what we do is we try to avoid these bands because we don't want to create intentional interference. But yeah, you can use a radio berry over here very simply to run it on a Raspberry Pi, and that should be within legal limits. Radio berry kit. Hold on. Amplifier. So there are amplifiers out there. There you go. This can do 20 watts of amplification. Granted, you'll have to have a good enough power supply for it. You can also do a 10-watt linear. There's many ways to do this. You can also get the 5-watt preamp board. This is what I've seen a lot more people using because you can just click that in. You'll want to get some additional power. But, and this 5-watt will probably be closer in line of CB. At least the standards. But you can always do a 10-watt HF linear over here. Because you're essentially just working in the HF bands. How many people do it legally versus do it illegally? More people work on ham radio and stuff like that legally. Because the reality is you have volunteer monitors that will monitor the airwaves and try to triangulate people that are doing things out of spec. And I know a few people that have actually had the FCC follow up with a letter or something like that. There have been some people that have actually lost their license and things like that. I know some smart Alex out there will be like, I've been running, illegally for years. But sooner or later, you may get caught. The FCC is not one not one agency I would mess around with. They have some specialized radio hunting cars. They rely more on volunteers than anything, but in order for ham radio to be as free, open, and accessible as it is now, we have to be self-policing because there's no real safeguards of radio other than ourselves. So some people may, claim like ham operators are like HOA or Karens or whatever, but the reality is if we don't police the airwaves ourselves and be responsible with it, the government will step in and then nobody's going to like how the government's going to take care of it, because then it'll either be extremely hard to enter, or it's going to be restricted to very few entities that allow it to be used. I'm looking at these parts now. I'm going to have some fun with this. Appreciate it, Chief. Anytime. And please share your progress and everything, Alchemist, with us on the Radioheads channel over on the Discord. And there's also a Matrix Radioheads channel, too, if you want to join that, too. The links are in my bio, but I will drop it right now here. So, yeah, we have a Radioheads channel for those of you not familiar with the Discord, and you should be joining the Discord because we have lots of fun people out there, and we have a movie night that's going to be happening in a couple of hours as well. We're watching The Conversation with Gene Hackman tonight. But yeah, the Radio Berry is a reasonably cost-effective project I think you can play with. Right. So there was one other story I wanted to at least take a look at before we switch gears in playing some gaming on Linux, because I do want to finish up Halo Reach because it's my first playthrough. I don't know how far into that game we are because, again, it's my first playthrough. But apparently, according to this story, you can now be arrested for having anime. So apparently there was a guy that was stopped at the Dublin airport with anime CSAM. Or they're saying it's CSAM. I don't know the full story yet. We're going to dive into this. Haven't seen this creator before. First time seeing their videos. We'll see how it goes. So let's get into it.
You can now be arrested for anime images on your phone. And I really wish I did not have to say those words. I really wish I was joking and I was just making a very elaborate
So when you say anime images on your phone, do you mean like actually like disturbing lolly content, or just like the waifu picture you have in your background of your video? I'm sorry, I had to call it out. It's right there.
shit post. But no, I am not. This is real. This is actually happening. This is an article that literally came out today. You can literally see the date. This man here was stopped at a terminal.
No offense to this dude, but I mean, did you have to be like the stereotypical depiction of what people think are the basement-dwelling anime lovers? Like, I'm not trying to hate on the dude, but like, if you think about person that watches anime, is the image of that, like somebody like that, not what comes to mind? Am I a dick for that? Probably. But you can't tell me I'm also wrong on this one.
In the Dublin airport of Ireland, and what's crazy, he was stopped by Homeland Security. Yes, that Homeland Security, the United States federal agency. They stopped him at the Dublin airport, and then he was promptly turned over to the authorities of Ireland and UK, and he has been thrown into the jail cell.
Hold up. So he was stopped by U.S. authorities and then transferred over. What?
Now, you're probably wondering, what anime images did he technically have?
High School DxD.
Did he have, like, AI art or something like that? What did he have? Like, what did he...
I mean, that was a better question. I was just going straight to, the anime I think of when we're talking inappropriate.
He really have that caused him to actually get arrested and labeled with crimes like this? It was because of Brown Dust 2. He was arrested for Brown Dust 2 on his phone, and images of Brown Dust 2.
So basically lolicon, if I'm not mistaken there. I mean, you could do a lot worse. Yeah, Zero, you got a point there. Could be some really glued stuff, but this is probably more on the tame side. There's an anime on Crunchy that a teen girl, I think, turns her brother into a little girl using science. The now once adult man, now little girl, does a lot of wood chipper worth things in the show. Many shows like this are anime, makes you want to wood chipper some people. I did not know there was an anime like that on Crunchyroll, and now I wish I never knew. That just breaks my brain.
On his phone. And to complicate, or to kind of make this more complex, this whole thing, apparently the man that got arrested, he was going to the New York Anime Convention for Brown Dust 2. Apparently that was actually this month in August. It was happening. It was announced a while back.
Okay.
He was traveling, from the Dublin airport, and he was going to make his way to the New York City Anime Convention.
Fair enough. Okay. I mean, like, go to anime convention for Brown Dust 2. Get arrested for having Brown Dust 2 on your phone. Yeah, like, it seems a little bit weird to me, but, like, knowing how anime is, it's like, he's also going to a convention for it. Yeah, this is weird.
Obviously, from the way these articles are worded, he never even got to make it to U.S. soil. He never got to go to America or New York to go to the anime convention. He was promptly stopped. And most likely he was tipped off to be stopped at, the terminal by probably, Ireland or UK or whatever.
These wood chipper people are doing this with AI too. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There are some disgusting things that I'm sure people are willing to create with AI.
And then they had, like, maybe Homeland Security stop.
Wild how much some animes get away with. I'll never fully get it. Well, yeah, I will totally never get it either, but at the same time, I also understand it's a totally different culture, background, and that's why I've said the reason why Japanese animation is succeeding, when we were talking earlier about why Disney's failing, and the article is, I believe, wrongfully pointed to, like, well, Disney can end its flop era by going to anime, and Gen Z's watching 50% of anime, not realizing the reason why Gen Z and a lot of people, including myself, are leaning to anime for a lot of our entertainment is because a lot of the Western media has become bland and just recreations of the same thing, rebooting a lot of the same concepts and all of that. Whereas we can go to anime stories, find an interesting story and world building, and they're even willing at times to push the boundaries of conventional thought. Like, I will still say Ghost in the Shell Standalone Complex is by far a better entire story and world than a lot of the Western media that has been created 20 years after it. You don't find a lot of that capability of world building and story building and, character building in many other shows. And a lot of other TV shows, it feels like they're also trying to, like, force in certain ideas or characters that just don't make sense, whereas in Japan, it feels like they can be less inhibited with their intentions in their artwork and, the story. Do we necessarily agree with a lot of the themes and aspects of all these animes? Absolutely not. But I don't think the U.S., and by better extension, the Western media as a whole, is the powerful thing it once was, because ironically, we're the country of free speech, but are afraid of free speech. Like, we're talking about Japanese anime can play with themes in different ways that Americans are afraid of, considering they're like, oh, it's cultural appropriation. Oh, it's, disrespectful of the culture. Like, do you know how many times I've gone through anime? Like Full Metal Alchemist, great example. Full Metal Alchemist takes Kabbalistic imagery, which, if you don't know, is Jewish mysticism, and gives an amazing reinterpretation of what these ideals are and this entire world around it. Like, no joke, if you watch Full Metal Alchemist, you actually will see Hebrew in there. Admittedly, some of it is literally straight gibberish because you're just like, ooh, Hebrew looks mystical, cool. But, like, I will give you another symbol out here. You've probably seen this in, like, so many different animes. The Sephiroth. So for those of you that don't know what the Sephiroth are, it's this. And you notice, look at all these animes here that popped up when I type in Sephiroth. And where did the Sephiroth come from? Kabbalah. Keter, Bina, Chochma, Gebura, Chesed, Teferet, Hod, Yesod, Netzach, Malchut. This is Kabbalistic, Jewish mysticism ideas of how everything's interconnected and the Sephiroth that we have. And this image right here has been reused in so many animes and in so many interpretations. If you did the same thing in Western media and don't stick to canon Jewish lore, people would be offended that you're offending another culture instead of giving a nice reinterpretation on things. Movie night starts around 9 p.m. Eastern Standard. Need to read the Full Metal Alchemist manga. I've heard good things for both the 03 and 09 series, as great as those are too. I like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I still haven't read the manga. I do want to get around to it. I just don't have the time. But my point still stands is Western media is too afraid of pushing the envelope and being considered offensive. Whereas in Japan, how many anime come out that are offensive? You literally have anime that comes out in Japan that literally has funny mustache aficionado outfits and stuff like that. They're not afraid to reinterpret different things. Kind of like the web of a word with Norse mythology. Yeah, there's a lot of things that go on. But let's continue the story.
Stop the man before he got on the plane or something, and then once again he was turned over. I don't know necessarily how the process happened, but whatever the case may be, he was stopped by the Department of Homeland Security for the United States.
So hold up. The U.S., the alleged, supposed bastion of freedom of speech, stopped him. Because I was thinking for a second here that it was the UK with the UK Online Safety Act and stuff that blocked. No, apparently not.
States. And then the authorities took him, and they're the ones charging him. It's not America charging him or anything, but it's obviously, UK, Ireland and stuff. Now, I do want to clarify, within the 2 articles that are out right now that I could find about the situation, Brown Dust 2 is never mentioned. However, it is mentioned in both articles that the individual was trying to go to New York City for an anime convention, and it does line up with Brown Dust 2. So, the information from Pirate Nation, it might not be incorrect. However, even if it is incorrect, the fact of the matter is both articles do straight up outline that it was...
Shocked Trump didn't give him a private flight to the U.S. Dude, looking like a serial killer does not help his cause. I don't want to be mean to the guy, but I see your point.
As anime images that caused the man to get arrested. So, even then, the point still stands that a man got arrested for fictional content, and that is honestly unacceptable.
This does open the question, the philosophical question. I don't think we can have this answered really right here, but I do want to open the stage to this. The question becomes, as he said, it's fictional content. Now, I can understand that defense there. How do we deal with these perverts that are using AI to create artificial CSAM? It's disgusting. Let's get that out of the way. But how does one police it? Again, I'm not asking for the answer right now. I'm just asking you to open that thought because, yeah.
But I'm getting a little bit off topic. The point of the matter is that this man...
What's up, Road Greek?
...was arrested for anime images. And what this technically does is now the box. Pandora's box has been opened. It is officially open now. There is no going back. What this Pandora's box is now doing is that this brings into question Crunchyroll. This brings into question Sony. This brings into question all gacha games, gaming. It brings into question just manga.
You thought that was Eli Wallace from SGU? God damn.
Fictional content in general now is now under the eye of scrutiny, to where you can be arrested in UK, Ireland, and EU if you have anime content on your phone.
Yeah, that is worrying, because I am an anime fan, but, you know, like Full Metal Alchemist, there's, you know, I just finished watching Spy Family. I'm in the middle of Dr. Stone and, what's the other one? Dandadan. Oh, Dandadan! That one could definitely throw some flags, especially for that first season. Probably plant from manga to help ban anime. Well, if manga wants to ban anime, that would be really tricky, because do you know how many weeaboos you have in the manga camp? It is actually surprising. Let's remember that Grok AI thing allows you to have an anime waifu girlfriend thing. Is there going to be another season of Spy Fam? I hope so. That was a great show.
And because
I love that show, especially with just how, like, the little girl, like, kept doing funny things. And I think it'd be interesting to see, like, if Twilight and Yor actually get to know each other's truth. That would be interesting. Never got into anime, really, but the old heavy metal comics and Lady Death and Purgatory were excellent. Not familiar with those.
from what we can find out, it is because of brown dust why he was arrested. This showcases that.
Hold up. I saw on news months ago they mentioned a ban anime. Who mentioned that? I'm really curious, because, like, they're already going after the gamers now to try to ban them for many different content, especially, like, we already seen, like, Lego games that are safe for work and stuff like that getting removed. Do you really want to make all the introverts have to go shower and get out of the closet, you know, and, like, protest? Because that's not a thing you're going to want to see. Notice I said they all need a shower. So just remember, just like DEF CON, shower every day. Dragon Ball and Sailor Moon got me into it. I think Dragon Ball and Ghost in the Shell standalone complex were, like, the things that got me into it. I grew up with Toonami. I don't know if Ghost in the Shell standalone complex was on Toonami. I think it was on Adult Swim. Oh, Trigun also got me into it. Cowboy Bebop. Like, early anime I was watching. Ooh, Gundam. Gundam was another one that got me into it. A proposed U.S. law wants to ban anime. Okay, we'll check that out in a sec.
The vagueness of this is so damaging. Where is the line? Because you have kids, like, most of the cast of, like, Naruto is kids.
Yep.
Most anime, actually. And it's just, oh my goodness. Like, this is going to affect gaming. Like, it will 100% affect gaming as well. It's going to affect live-action movies or regular movies, like animated movies. Not anime, but, like, Disney movies and stuff. It can affect that. This is crazy. Like, this is actually crazy that this has happened. Pandora.
Oh, yeah, it's totally crazy that this is happening. Los Santos, studying computer tech electronics, just in my first week at school. Any advice for learning stuff on the side, like programming? Home labbing, tinkering. My advice when it comes to programming is literally just think of random projects, simple things you can do, and recreate them in code. That's actually how I pushed myself to understand Python. You can use LLMs as an assistive tool to help you understand the coding. I mean, yeah, I know some people are going to say I'm just advising vibe coding, but it will make okay code. Just know that it can make mistakes, but you can actually understand how those frameworks work. Once you actually, you know, learn a little bit more around it, I do have, what is it? Crap. Can't remember the name of it. Links. I know I have it in my links. There is in my product recommendations, Code Crafters. I have a link for Code Crafters. That's better if you start having some of the basics. But yeah, just go through, recreate a bunch of projects that, you know, like are very basic, like a calculator or, you know, things like that. And then also study other people's code through GitHub and other projects. And then you'll start pulling in ideas. That's how I did it. I don't have any formal training or education in coding, and I just figured my way through Bash, Batch, PowerShell, and Python.
Pandora's box is officially open, and I don't think it's going to close now. And you know what really pisses me off about this whole situation right now? It's the fact that they had the audacity to do this.
He's accused of possessing anime images of CSAM and having Category 3 CSAM. I changed the wording there for obvious reasons, but that is effed.
Read that final two words of what I highlighted there. Anime images. Anime images. They are straight up. They are straight up saying that anime images is the same as a living, breathing person. That's what they're saying.
That is a very slippery slope to go around if you, oh yeah, Inuyasha was another one that was great. That got me into anime. There's so many great animes that, you know, I keep forgetting about. If you want to think about it, King of the Hill is an American anime. Maybe not in traditional anime styling, but it is. Anyway, this is a slippery slope, I think, indeed, when it comes to if you're going to start penalizing people for fictitious content as being CSAM, where's the line? And I think this reopens the question that I had years ago, where I remember stumbling across, there was an article for, apparently there's a company that makes these dolls, shall we call them, that are in the likeness of children. And I thought it was really weird, inappropriate and all that. But it was also, they're not real. So where does the line become? Like, I know you want to go after people that even want to pursue those kind of things, but then you're talking about artwork over here, and it just seems like we're in a severe slippery slope where the EU, Europe as a whole is going down a tyrannical path that I think the US isn't far behind on. Like, is an AI in a killing scene depicting an actual murder? That's where I'm going at with it. Like, let's take an anime like Berserk. Okay? That is an absolutely vile anime. What's the anime? I don't think it was Berserk. Goblin Hunter. Was it Goblin Hunter, Goblin Killer? One of those? Really messed up. Yeah. Road Geek, doing okay? You good? Sleep 3, 10, 5. What blew your mind this week? Oh, just the incompetence of government officials that shouldn't really be surprising me any more than it usually does in regards to all the censoring they're trying to do on the internet. But, yeah. Oh, yeah, the new season of King of the Hill is awesome. I've said that before. If you haven't seen the new season, you totally should watch it. I also saw the most recent episode of South Park. That was great, too. They say flavor non-tobacco vape is a gateway to doing tobacco, so as a child-like doll, you can interact with the same argument. Yeah. I think they're understand. The problem is, I think government has no nuance whatsoever, as well as the understanding of harm reduction techniques. Like, they're worried about people that are starting to vape because it's flavorful, like in your example. But they're not considering all the people that are quitting smoking because of these flavored vapes. And yes, we could agree, vaping is still not healthy, but it is healthier compared to cigarettes. Ultimately, you should not do anything, period. But also, you have to understand the knock-on effects of, if cigarette companies are going to be losing business from their cigarettes, they're going to push vapes more. Like, what was it, Juul hit hard with a lot of children? So yeah, there's a problem there. And like even in the USAID, they had an issue with condoms being, given out when it's one of the most effective ways to reduce the spread of STDs. So this is a problem. This absolutist puritanical behavior is a problem. It's just as problematic as in the U.S., we have a lot of sexual education courses that are only proposing abstinence as a safe form of sex. But the reality is, it's not a realistic thing to say, look, these teenagers aren't going to ever do it. In the same way that DARE actually introduced more kids into substance abuses because they learned of the substances through DARE. My junior high used to pass out rubbers. Yeah. My mom was a sex ed teacher and just told me, don't come home and make me a grandma. She was actually pretty chill, and I'd be like, hey, Mom, I think I'm going to, go all the way, and we're, ready. And she'd just be like, okay, here's a bunch of condoms. Here's the basics understanding you need to know. If it's her first time, lubrication, all that. And she just made sure we were in a safe place and, that we were healthy about it and responsible. But then a lot of my friends that didn't get that same talk ended up with kids. Or worse, a couple of them ended up with STDs. Because they weren't given that safe environment that they could actually open up and have a communication and education about this. Absolutely. DARE got me interested to try drugs. Well, yeah, because you're a kid. You're told, like, oh, there are these bad things that you never knew about before. Now you want to try them. Yeah. I forgot rubbers mean different thing in the U.S. Yeah. There was that story with What's-Her-Face who played Hermione, talking about how she asked for, a rubber, and in the U.S. it means something totally different. I can imagine, like, the Made in Abyss anime pushing the line further, and then who's to say it won't get pushed further with sheer number of anime set in a high school setting, not even to mention obscene violence in anime, with as varied as anime as you can get, and smoothly push the line on what's considered not okay. Well, yeah. Like I brought up High School DxD earlier. That is absolutely it's funny. But when you remember in the context, these are high schoolers, it's a bit wrong what they're going about. U.S. Congress has proposed the Screen Act to protect children from online adult content. Anime is apparently included in the ban. Ooh, I did not know about the anime part, but I did talk about the Screen Act in my most recent YouTube video that I put up. Well, it's not my most recent, because I've actually been putting some of these React content up. But yeah, that was definitely... Anyway, let's continue on.
But even if we disregard this point and don't even talk about that, what makes me so infuriated about this is that it's very clear that this government does not give a absolute fuck about kids and people. They don't. They don't care. We have seen the rampant corruption.
I agree.
This last month. It is astronomically insane. To the invasion of your privacy, them trying to shut down Wikipedia, to them forcing multiple companies to censor themselves or face fines, to having people arrested for memes, having people labeled as terrorists for even wanting to talk about immigration or illegal immigration. wanting to put black boxes in people's vehicles to listen in on what they're doing, where they're going at any given time. It is insane.
So I haven't heard specifically about that one, but that would not shock me at the point that they're going with things. It seems like there seems to be this repeat of the 1990s Clipper chip argument, also known as FIPS 185 from the NIST, which, if you don't recall that was an initiative to backdoor with escrowed keyed encryption in the 90s and early 2000s. It's actually one of the reasons why I don't like Hillary Clinton. I'm not a MAGA person at all. I am a cybersecurity person that does not care for any political party. You can think of me as more a political nihilist, but Hillary Clinton I did not like because when she was in her senatorial years, if I recall, I remember something about her going and proposing the Clipper chip. And then, of course, she proposed when she was running for president this Project Manhattan, or Manhattan Project with cryptography, that the government could backdoor things. And I don't think a person that doesn't know how to run a proper email server that wasn't secured with HTTPS, TLS, /SSL for the more technical people, the lock icon, should really have a word to say on cryptography, period, especially knowing how she was running an email server contrary to government policies. But I digress.
And that's just a few things. There's so much. There's so much more. And if you've been watching my channel for this last month, it is insane. This is the same country that has silenced, same countries that have actively silenced people talking about violent games, people violently hurting people, going and exploiting women and children.
They will want to implement IDs to use Google search here in the near future. Oh, God. They want to introduce full online ID passport and everything in the UK, all in one government wallet. I've never been a proponent of putting my ID digitally in my phone for multiple reasons. One, I don't like the fact that my phone could then be another vector to be attacked, to have even more identity stolen from me. But yeah, that's a problem.
And hurting them. These governments are silencing people that want to talk about this, that are upset with the rampancy of violence and crime and thievery, but they are going out of their way, and they're putting resources into arresting people for fictional content, and then also arresting people for catcalling in, the UK.
Hold up, are they really arresting people for catcalling in the in the UK? That seems a bit outrageous. Don't get me wrong, I kind of side-eye the people that are catcalling, but oh my God. Seriously? That's a bit effed.
Dude, I'm tired, man. I just don't know how this keeps getting worse. I cannot believe we're at the point.
What's funny is that if my life had actually gone a different way, and, I were still with my ex-British girlfriend. My ex that was British. She's not ex-British. I probably would have had my life living in the UK and never made content and probably not got deep into cybersecurity as I have now. It's kind of interesting to see where my life had that fork in the road. Just a random thought I had. Because I was this close to, getting married and moving out there, but my family screwed that up for me. Anyway, moving on.
To where you can get arrested for anime images. I did not expect 2025 to turn.
Oh yeah, that's totally a Dragon Ball Z shirt the guy is wearing. I know because I have a few. Not shirts. Well, actually, I don't have the shirt anymore. I ripped mine after taking it to the gym so much. I need to go get my Super Saiyan workout trunks and all that again. Goku is a real good motivator to go get a new PR when you're at the gym. Catcalling, yeah, depends on the police mood that day. If they heard you are in a box, that's effed. Oh, but it seems like the UK has no time to no better priorities to go after than this crap.
Turn out like this. It makes me so infuriated to know that Homeland Security also helped with this. I know it might be wrong to completely blame them because they were probably just doing what the, UK and Ireland authorities were telling them to do because they were on their soil. But it bugs me that our government and our funds and stuff is going to stuff like this, but they refuse to release the Epstein list. It boggles my mind.
Exactly. Y'all want to stop, getting our children exposed to adult content and protect the children. Where's the Epstein list? Where's the Epstein list, huh?
And it infuriates me to no end because ever since the public wanted to know who was responsible, the people on the Epstein list, all this crazy.
America has woke. Europe has tyranny. Choose tornadoes or snow. Pretty much.
Crazy stuff has just happened. I've talked about it. You cannot have 100 different things happen like this and just say.
Oh yeah, and also to make this clear, I don't have an issue with being woke per se. I have an issue with people that are using their ideology as a hammer to beat everyone over the head and twist their ideology for them to gain power in whatever way. Like, look at the collective shout Karens and what they're doing to get video games blocked in the name of their version of feminism. Or vegans that try to beat over the head to, people to be shamed so they can stop eating meat. Or Arch users that refuse to go outside and touch grass and, tell everyone to go install Arch Linux. No, I will not stop making that joke. But also, I don't have an issue with Christianity, but I have an issue with Christians that use it as a way to beat people over the head with their moral view of things, even though they themselves aren't the most Christian people, like Donald Trump.
Hey, it's a coincidence. You can't.
Or Rust programmers, yeah.
You want to know my prediction on what's going to happen now? Now that Pandora's box is open? Now that we got to this point? I predict, and I hope I'm wrong. This is one thing I hope I am entirely wrong, and I hope it does not happen, because it's horrifying. It's a horrifying future that I 100% hope does not happen. I want to be completely
Blackware
wrong when
Buddhism.
I say this. But, as history has showed us, in the history books itself, that obviously the UK and EU and stuff do not want you to read. They want to silence or censor. History has showed us, when you push a certain way, people will push back even harder to the extreme.
Yup.
And a pendulum will swing very hard back.
I've literally used that same analogy in other streams where normally, so for those of you that are not familiar with a pendulum, you have this weighted thing at the bottom. Sometimes you see science experiments with people using it to show the rotation of the world and everything where it's knocking down pillars. But anyway, you have a pendulum swing extremely hard on one side, and then it comes crashing down. But the problem is it never stops right in the center, unless you have a hard force in there to just stop it. It will swing right through, back on, and swing hard the opposite direction. And I have been saying for years, these extreme actions that are going on, whether you're talking about from the left or the right, will reach with extreme reactions to all their movements as well, good or bad. So yeah, that is, I think, a problem, and it's going to continue. And I don't see when it's going to stop until we're all 6 feet under the ground.
The other direction. And what the government is currently doing is going to push a pendulum swing so hard, there will be a rise of a new dictator. A dictator like Hitler. I'm not even joking. I legitimately think if this continues to happen and things are not put back on the rails and actually some form of just peace doesn't happen, you will see a rise of a new dictator.
You've actually seen this already in the U.S., if you think about it, to a lesser extent than where he's going. So what was Donald Trump except the hard reactionary of a pendulum swing from establishment politicians and the elitist ideology. Now, we all know the truth, I would hope, in this chat, that Donald Trump is merely just another elitist in another shape or form, and he really just rode the coattails of, we're going to drain the swamp and all this, but he himself became part of the swamp, or was always part of the swamp. And he is rather dictatorial. But his resistance has been the fact that the courts don't agree with him, the average person seems to be going against him, and there are a lot of these safeguards inside the United States Constitution. I will not deny the Constitution is flawed, but given the understanding that the framers of the Constitution had at the time when dealing with actual tyrannical kings, I think they did a decent job of decentralizing power. The problem is we've re-centralized a lot of that power since the Constitution was created, and it's actually created more problems for us. So I think post-Trump, we need to work on decentralizing that power once again, and I would say even things like the FBI and DOJ should be thrown under the judiciary branch rather than the executive. But yeah, he's pretty much on point. I do have to agree with you. This kid's pretty much on point with a lot of the things he's saying. And I would not be surprised if the EU and UK, because they're not part of the EU, start seeing the rise of fascism. And in some ways, you've already seen that start poking its ugly head. I think it was, correct me if I'm wrong, Turkey. Was it the Gezi Park or something like that? The protest there? People may have forgot about that. But yeah, it's kind of weird to say, but Brazil may have found a way to make it work. Interesting. I'll have to see what you mean by that. All right, so let's continue on.
That might be just as bad or worse than Hitler. I'm not even joking. Because history has shown us when you try to oppress people or you do these crazy things, stuff like that typically happens. Times heat up, war happens, civil war happens. That's what will happen. And you guys might think I'm just overreacting because it's just anime content. It's not just anime content that someone got arrested for. It's the fact that it's systematically so much that's happened back to back in this last month that this showcases the overreach and how the governments within power right now, they don't care about their populace. They're not
Agreed.
listening. You have people making petitions that get over like a million signatures, and the government literally says, nah, we don't care, we're not listening to you.
Agreed.
The fact that you...
I mean, even if you let's someone give that kid a Congress seat. I agree. But, to take his point here, and I'm just going to play a devil's advocate here for a little while. All right. There were a lot of policies that were being pushed that a lot of people on the right considered as, quote, woke, end quote. And they were being pushed in ways that were making a lot of people feel uncomfortable, where it felt like you were overriding people's perspectives and views rather than conversing with them about their perspectives and views. You could even look at like transgenderism, things like that. I'm not by any means attacking transgenderism. Let's make this very clear. Devil's advocate moment. But you had people that didn't understand a lot of these things or were looking at the approaches and the ways they were as oppressive to them, which is what gave rise to Donald Trump and MAGA. You may not like it, but it was very, very much a reactionary movement against, people on the left and even the establishment Republicans, which the establishment Republicans had been slowly drifting over time a bit more centrist. But MAGA went further right, pushed it out. You could even say to the same extent the Tea Party was kind of the same thing as a reactionary movement. Extreme wokeness was voted out by the majority of people who spoke out on it. Pretty much. So some people may not like that perspective, but I'm playing devil's advocate because I've talked to quite a few of these people, and the one problem that I will also have with a lot of people is I actually converse with some MAGA people. Not that I agree with them. I have a lot of friends with varying different opinions and views. And a lot of times they're coming at it from an uninformed or misguided point of view. So I really think we need to build more dialogues of bridges with communication rather than ostracization. Because ostracization is what leads to these extremist reactions and, you know, the pendulum swinging hard like it does. I'd be interested to see what your viewpoint is on that. Online Safety Act was against adult sites, but soon moved to bad songs on Spotify. Soon they may move to VPNs. Well, absolutely. I think that's what we talked about last stream, too.
Have a government actively working against the people and not caring about what the people have to say should alarm you. And I think, like I said, it's going to have a pendulum swing so freaking hard, it's going to be nightmare.
Bedrock's asking, I want to ask, is the Safety Act only about VPNs? I didn't read it. So the UK Online Safety Act isn't about VPNs. Now, they may ban VPNs as a consequence of people using it to get around UK OSA. It is about... They're trying to frame it as we're trying to protect the children, but more or less, it's now requiring you to verify yourself on Discord, Reddit, a bunch of social media, even Spotify, to prove that you are adult to access certain content that is deemed to not be kid-friendly, basically.
Fuel, and
people turn to extremist parties under hard times. That's what happened in Germany. Yeah, absolutely. That's what happened in the U.S. That's what happened in Israel. I don't care for Netanyahu, that schmuck. But he came out of a reaction to terrorist attacks that were happening for a long time. Bus bombings, things like that. And because of that, he's retained power. He was this close to losing power before October 7th happened. And the honest truth is, I give this point all the time. Hamas screwed themselves and the Gazan people by pulling that attack off that they did, because if they had just let Netanyahu continue making his unconstitutional mistakes that was driving Israel to an actual civil war, Netanyahu wouldn't be in power today. And we might have a more liberal government that would have been more lenient to actually helping the Palestinians have self-determination. You may not like that point of view, but people don't remember before October 7th, Israel was literally at the point of civil war because Netanyahu was stripping the judicial branch of a lot of their power, because the judicial branch was standing in front of Netanyahu every pass, especially in terms of Palestinian rights. But when October 7th came, he now had his mandate to go after Gaza and turn it into the nightmare that it is today. And that was the result of extremist pendulum swings. And the only reason he's continuing now is because if he stops, he loses the support from his coalition, the government collapses, and in terms of democracy, that doesn't mean like there's chaos or anarchy. A government collapsing means that there's a reformation of government, new elections, things like that. But he has to cater to the right-wing extremists in Israel in order to keep his power. And that can only continue right now until about October 2026, when the next election constitutionally must be held. But yeah, that was my, soapbox moment for that. Will Discord have a TOS that typically doesn't allow kids there? Well, Discord typically doesn't allow kids under 13 due to COPPA, but in the UK, they're already requiring you to test to show that you are an adult. Palestine-Israel war is not from what we now we know it also, bro. Why the media is only showing it now? Well, the media is not showing a lot of the things that were happening. They didn't even show a lot of the civil war going on in Israel. They showed more of October 7th happening, which October 7th is a tragedy in and of itself, just like what's happening to the Palestinians is a tragedy in and of itself. Two things can be right here.
I don't want to imagine what will happen. I don't even want to begin to imagine how bad it's going to get. But it will.
It's going to get a lot worse.
I'm done. I just wanted to bring this to everybody's attention. I hope that this guy here, if it just, I getting arrested for anime images, I truly hope he doesn't have his life ruined, but this is 2025, and most likely his life is ruined. I'll leave it at that, though. Thank you so much for watching. Leave a like, leave a comment for the algorithm. Chibi out.
That was a pretty good video. So, yeah, I pretty much agree with a lot of his points out there. It'll be interesting to see where this goes in the future. It's happening for 40 years, if I'm not mistaken. Nah, a little bit longer than that. It's actually, there's a lot of nuance and history that goes into this. Longer than 40 years. But the current phase of it, I would say, goes back to the 90s when Netanyahu was PM. Netanyahu was prime minister in the 1990s to... When was Ariel Sharon prime minister? Ariel Sharon. Because this is why I'll say that. Yeah, so Ariel Sharon was prime minister from 2001 until 2006. Ariel Sharon was the prime minister that ultimately gave Gaza back to the Palestinians in an effort for peace. Shortly after, the Gazans chose, they had an election, if I recall, basically between Fatah and Hamas. Fatah is the party of Yasser Arafat, for those of you that don't know. Yasser Arafat, though, Fatah, was a little bit corrupt. To the point that Yasser Arafat died with a close to $1 billion estate. His family, to this day, are still living in hotels in Paris and stuff like that. And how does one become that rich when your people are so poor? That's one of the reasons why the Palestinians had issues with Fatah. And Fatah, if I recall, is the Palestinian Liberation Organization, if I'm not mistaken. Hamas was the more extremist arm. They voted in Hamas. However, Hamas has not had free and fair elections pretty much since they were elected in. So they become tyrannical themselves. So I would say the current version of the Israeli-Palestinian issue is different than the prior ones. And this is more the newest phase from the mid-2000s on. Israel tells us what wars to fight. That is reality. No reason for us to bomb Iran and remove us from an already functioning nuclear deal. I wouldn't say that Israel tells them what to do, but Netanyahu tells what to do. Because you have to understand, and this is where I think a lot of people lose nuance. The majority of Israel doesn't agree with Netanyahu. It's a plurality that agrees with Netanyahu. In the same way the majority of Americans do not agree with Donald Trump, it was a plurality that agrees with Donald Trump. That is the problem. They have a very similar problem in Israel, by the way, when it comes to elections, is that not everyone gets involved when they should, and then they complain about it after the fact. But Netanyahu has been a dictator for many years. It's caused a lot of problems for Israel for many years. Netanyahu was PM, I remember, back in 92 when he spoke to Congress, if I remember correct. He served as prime minister between 96 to 99, so I was a little bit wrong. It was not 92, it was 96, I think, that I'm thinking of that speech. 96 to 99. 2009 to 2021, and then again from 2022 to present. He's their longest sitting prime minister. And Netanyahu and his right-leaning coalition, I would say, is the bigger problem than anything. And I'm not saying that from a... Where can I read up on how he was almost about to lose power? In which time? After 99? After 2021? He's also been involved in so many scandals. But yeah. Right before October. Oh yeah, right before October. Israel near civil war. Let me see if I can find this. Before October. No. Hold on. It's kind of hard to... It got buried, unfortunately, with all the other Israeli news. Let's see. Israel near civil war, judicial branch. Here we are. 2023 Israeli judicial reform. So, in 2023, leading up to October 7th, there was a set of five changes to the judicial system and the balance of powers in Israel that were proposed in January 2023. The intent of measures is to curb the judiciary's influence over lawmaking and public policy by limiting the Supreme Court's power to exercise judicial review, granting the government control over judicial appointments, and limiting the authority of its legal advisors. The effort was led by Yariv Levin, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Justice, and Simcha Rothman, Chair of the Knesset's Constitution, Law, and Justice Committee. The Supreme Court has, for several decades, assumed the right to declare Knesset legislation unconstitutional. So this is really not much different than what the U.S. does. We can bring laws to the Supreme Court and have them declared unconstitutional and overturned. It was a key element in getting the civil rights movement to progress to where it was. Netanyahu wanted to undo that. The reform would permit the Knesset to override such a ruling by reintroducing the legislation and approving it with a majority of Knesset members. Meaning, if the government gets enough people, they can just override the judges and their precedent set. The reform would additionally diminish the ability of courts to conduct judicial review of the basic laws and change the makeup of the Judicial Selection Committee, and so that control over the appointment of judges is effectively given to the government. And you have to understand why this was so paramount and why it was, right now it's been blocked because of the October whole situation, and it brought the entire thing to a halt. You have to understand... Oh, this is interesting. I forgot about this. Reforms to widen the authority of the rabbinical court, allowing them to act as arbitrators in civil matters using religious law if both parties consent. Forgot about that. But yeah, there was a lot of issues with the reform and why, Netanyahu didn't like this because the court was striking down so many of his different laws he was trying to propose as a violation of human rights, whether it be to Israelis or Palestinians. So a lot of people are not aware of this part of it. The only reason I'm aware of it is I used to live in Israel, I have family in Israel, and I, of course, have a vested interest in understanding what happens in that part of the world and learn the context of what goes on. Whereas your average person, unfortunately that happens to be in America or the West talking about this, only knows of the high level and then thinks of everything in black and white. Very few people can actually tell you the name of the party that Netanyahu is in. Likud. Or can tell you about the other parties in there like Shas, or the fact that there is even an anti-Zionist party in the Israeli government voted by Arabs. It's an interesting concept over there. Anyone could really run for government out there. But the point being, there's a lot that goes into the nuance of things, and I think Netanyahu pushed the envelope for the war on Hamas because he knew that would drum up popularity for him. And it did, for a time. Because you had a couple hundred people massacred in an electronic dance music festival that just happened to be close by, with paratroopers gliding in and then killing women, children, and then massacring settlements nearby, whatever your opinion is of them. They just happen to be civilians very often. And that gave Netanyahu political points. It staved off a almost collapse of the government, where if Hamas did not do what they did on October 7th, I will bet money, if we had an alternative universe right now, he would not be in power right now. Not saying anything, but it's quite a bit of luck that it happened right then and there. It's definitely a bit of luck on his part. Not lucky for the people that, happen to be there, and not lucky for the Palestinians that then had to deal with this fallout and everything. Let me make this very clear. I am neither pro-Israel nor pro-Palestinian in terms of their governments. I am pro-Israeli people and pro-Palestinian people. I am pro-humanity. And I will also tell you another thing. I've been contemplating exercising my right, because part of my family is Israeli, including my father, he has Israeli citizenship, to get expedited citizenship so I can take part in the October 2026 election to vote Netanyahu out. I just have to see what the nuance is and what's required of me to do that, because I will gladly fly in for just a day, cast my vote to kick Netanyahu out, and then fly back out, if given the option. Is just maybe funded or initiated. Well, that's the whole argument that we've had with terrorist groups for many, many decades, many years. The U.S. government created its own enemy with Al-Qaeda. Do you know the story of that? How Osama bin Laden came to power? If you don't, we originally backed them to fight the Soviets in the Cold War. In the Afghanistan front, Afghanistan is to Russia what Vietnam was to us. Afghanistan was their Vietnam. They got slaughtered because of Al-Qaeda, Osama bin Laden. I believe that was Afghanistan, if I'm not mistaken. Go watch the Rambo movie. When he's helping the Arabs out and fight the Russians. That was the Cold War. Of course, it's a fictionalized depiction of it because it's Rambo with Sylvester Stallone. But nonetheless, we created our own enemy. We funded them, trained them. Then they took their funding and training against us. In the same way that the Israeli intelligence did actually, in a way, train and fund and help their enemies early on, thinking that they would help ruin their other enemies. Forget the exact, timeline there. But if I recall, there was rumblings and rumors that, they may be substantiated, that Hamas was backed by Israeli intelligence as a way to dethrone Yasser Arafat with the Palestinian Liberation Organization, if I recall that correctly. I could be wrong on that piece of information. But that is my understanding of it. I'm 18 and live in Norway. Need more history. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into this and nuance of things. But yeah, the problem is you have misinformation on both sides. Whether you're talking about, there is a lot of misinformation from a lot of pro-Palestinian activists. I will say that with all due respect. But there is also a lot of misinformation from a lot of pro-Israeli activists. Like the Anti-Defamation League, I am not a fan of theirs. Especially not after they defended Elon Musk and his whole gesture, shall we say. I am always going to be on the side of humanity. I have a dream that one day we can sit along playing soccer games, regardless of if you're Israeli or Palestinian, Muslim or Jewish. My family is a mixed diversity of Moroccan Jews and Muslims. I have Israeli and Palestinian family. Most of my Palestinian family I haven't been able to hear from in months, years at this point. And I'm pretty sure I have to assume the worst. But it is the reality of the situation. Anyway. But yeah, if you can't tell, I hate politics, but I know too much about politics, which is why I hate politics. I used to be a very, very big political activist for many different things until one day I realized politics suck, people suck. I'm just going to be a nihilist about it. I'm still going to learn, I'm still going to understand, because people need to learn and understand all the things going on in the world. But too many people are willing to treat the world as if it's black and white and forget about the 50 shades of gray in between. And if you think of the world as black and white, you are only going to create headache and issues for yourself and everyone around you. Chief as president. Look, me as president would literally be me walking into Congress going, F you, F you, F you, you're cool, F you, I'm out. That would be me. Look, if I get to the point where I have enough money that I could run for politics, I might consider it. But don't be surprised if I'm the guy that has to go walking to the C-SPAN, network with the censor button in hand going, you know what, you... Hold on, let's do this right. You know what, you mother... I'm going to tell you right now that you need to defend more of the privacy that goes on with Americans right now, because y'all are not doing your damn job. That would be me. That would be me. I would be the guy getting constantly censured. Mr. Geek, would you, please respond to the charges of, cursing on, national television? You're damn right I do! What would be the name of your political party? Okay, so, if I were to run with my own party, it would be the Pirate Party. Just revive that. But, realistically, I'd probably have to run as a Democrat. Not because I align with them, or anything, but because that's probably the most realistic vehicle to run in on. No. No, not the pro-cyber party. We're going to be the Leet Party. L33T. We're going to be the Leet Party. Maybe call ourselves the DEF CON Party. Yeah, we'll call ourselves the Leet Party. Or the DEF CON Party. The Hacker Party. The Pirate Party. Wait. We gotta make sure that people know we're LGBTQ plus inclusive. We are the Butt Pirate Party. But yeah, I mean... I try to get in the habit of learning politics, the nuance, the various perspectives of things, even if I don't necessarily agree with people's point of views. I want to understand their point of view. And I think that's a nuance that has been completely lost on people, is people want to jump to the, you're evil, you're, horrible, bigoted, all that, I don't want to deal with you, period. And, some people may be that way. But I have a belief that the majority of people do not have malicious intent, but are rather uninformed. And there are pretty good people out there. You're seeing a lot of people are, you got an ad for an anti-catcalling UK thing? But you're seeing a lot of people that are on the MAGA side are slowly but surely waking up to the reality that Donald Trump was not that good for them. And they're, starting to walk away from the entire MAGA thing. It was only a matter of time until that happened. But that's because they're coming to their senses and realizing he was a grifter. He was not good for them. Most people want what's best, they just don't agree on what's best and how to get it. Exactly. Like, a lot of Christians think the problem with with children having access to adult content is a problem, but they don't seem to understand that the real problem is the lack of family being involved to educate children on better ethics and values. And you'd be surprised how many minds I've been able to sway offline by merely entertaining a conversation with these people and be like, okay, it's your point of view. And then try to understand their rabbit hole of logic. Now, some people are very, very, conspiratorial. You can't reason with a lot of these people. Quite frankly, he was a grifter. He still is a grifter. But ultimately, a lot of people, when I let them go down their path of logic, I then go, all right, let's play devil's advocate to your logic here. How does that work? What about this? What about that? The other thing, and this pissed off a lot of Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden supporters in 2020 and 2016, because I would ask this question all the time. I don't like Donald Trump, but convince me to vote for your candidate without mentioning another candidate. What does your candidate stand for? Hillary Clinton people got upset with me so much because I'd say, I'm going to vote for Gary Johnson, the Libertarian candidate, because I actually like some of the things he's standing for. I don't like Donald Trump, and I don't like Hillary Clinton. But I will also tell you, if Bernie Sanders had not been cock-blocked in his frickin' primary, Donald Trump would have never been an issue. Bernie Sanders would have probably been a two-term president. Not that I necessarily agree with Bernie Sanders either. I don't really have any sacred cow when it comes to politicians. They might have good policies I agree with, but, And that upset a lot of people. And then when 2020 rolled around, they're like, well, we got to vote for Joe Biden to stop Donald Trump. And I'm like, I have these issues with Joe Biden. So convince me to vote for Joe Biden without mentioning Donald Trump. And that would upset a lot of the, people that wanted to vote for Joe Biden. Now, I did vote for Kamala in this recent election. Primarily, that had to do with the fact that out of all the candidates available, I liked her the best. Doesn't mean I necessarily agreed with her. But I was feeling kind of lukewarm with Chase Oliver and the Libertarian Party, and I'm, of course, not a fan of Jill Stein. Not saying I wouldn't vote for a Green Party candidate if a good one comes about. I voted for some Green Party candidates in my own local elections in the past few years. I got a coworker who's into philosophy. He told me that he doesn't believe in democracy because what people want is a leader, not their material things. Well, the problem is, what's people's version of a leader? Because even if you break it down to a multiple people that are leaders, different leaders have different perspectives, different views, different ways that they concentrate their power. I mean, are we talking a monarchy? We talking fascism? We talking, dictatorial means? I mean, there's many different ways there. Bernie has been for the people since the 60s. He was in the mix protesting and still does today. I give him props on that. Yeah, I agree with that. I'm not by any means a Bernie bro, but I can respect the dude. I disagree with him on a few points of different policies and stuff like that, but it doesn't mean that I can't look at him at the end of the day and say, we're probably on the same side on quite a few things. But I can also say that about a lot of other politicians. The problem I think where Democrats have, and ultimately in the larger discussion, the left, is they need a puritanical approach to their politics. I mean, we saw it where people were disavowing Kamala Harris because she wasn't their perfect candidate. And then you saw like a bunch of these, minority groups that were campaigning for Trump suddenly are realizing Trump isn't for them. Because Kamala wasn't, their perfect candidate and everything. I have, in my family, I'm Moroccan. We have Arabs and Berber in our family, as well as French and, all these other mixes that come with being Moroccan. Do you know how many of my Arab cousins I got into arguments with saying Trump is not for you? You may be for Trump, but Trump is not for you. And after he got elected, they saw exactly what I meant. And that's the unfortunate reality of what the left kind of dug themselves in on. So many people on the left are single issue voters. I will say that there are many people on the right as well, but the right is at least a little bit more able to acknowledge of, you know what? I don't agree with you on everything, but we're like 80% there, so you got my support. Whereas I've seen this many times with people on the left. You find one issue they have an issue with, and suddenly all your support's gone. For many people with Kamala, it was that she was lukewarm on the Israeli versus Palestinian issue. So you went and voted for the guy that was definitely going to blow up the Palestinians, and now as we've seen, the Iranians. Great choice you made there, buddy. But that's a rant that I can have all day long. I'm just tired of puritanical crap. I'm tired of everyone seeing things as black and white. I'm tired of people being keyboard warriors, thinking that they're know-it-alls behind the screen, and then not actually looking into the deep details of things. And you know what I'm even more tired of is how many creators grandstand on political issues but actually don't do crap themselves and are basically grifting off of different situations. Do you know how many creators I've seen grift off of the Palestinian plight but have not actually done much to help them out? And it sickens me. And they'll just push whatever extremist button to get more views so that they get more people watching them because it lines their own pockets. Sorry, I don't know how I got on this tangent, but yeah, you get my point of view. Anyway, I stand with people. I don't stand with governments. A government should be fearful of its people, not the other way around. In the case of my coworker, he is religious, believes in a theology led by the head of a church. Interesting. Nice shirt. Have mine as well. Yeah, I got every single DEF CON shirt. I also got a hoodie this year. So when it starts getting a bit more chilly, you'll see me with a DEF CON hoodie. Ooh, and I got a DEF CON jacket. Yeah, this year I was not feeling like the polo, but I got the Hawaiian shirt too. One of these days I'll have to go through my loot haul, because I do need to make a YouTube video of that, so we'll probably do that live on Twitch, talk about the loot haul. And then I still have to work on my DEF CON recap video. I have unfortunately been working on so much other content. We still have my Meshtastic YouTube video that I'm going to be going about, where I'm going to actually, I've been meaning to make the Meshtastic video. I have the script written up, but I think I'm going to rewrite it because I'm going to include in that video, actually, you know what? I should ask your all opinion about this. Should I make 2 separate Meshtastic videos or combine them into one? I'm leaning towards combining them into one, where I talk about Meshtastic, you know, clients and the idea of Meshtastic and my different devices, and then split out to the Meshtastic solar-powered node I'm going to have. But I think that'd be better to have up all together. You gave up on your mesh? Meanwhile, I'm building my node out because I found there's a couple of nodes. Both. One video. Okay. One large video, love long rabbit hole vids. Okay. I was leaning towards one video as well. So yeah, I'll do that. I'll just have to be very careful with the photography because I like to be respectful of my neighbors, and I know the way that it'll be positioned for photos. I'm going to take pictures of their house, so it'll probably be like upwards photos or houses pictures inside. Is the mesh easy for use for people who don't know much about tech? Yes, mesh is pretty easy. You can easily get these devices here. You do need a separate device. So, like, this is a Meshtastic device. This is a Meshtastic device. I have a few other Meshtastic devices around here. This is a DIY Meshtastic device that kind of fell apart because I was tinkering with it. And then all you have to do is flash the firmware and then search around for other mesh nodes around you. Now, in my case, I found out there are mesh nodes within a mile of me. So all I'm trying to do is create a solar-powered mesh node outside my house, so that way I can grab theirs, relay it to other people, and I'm hoping to have... I want to get a 7 to 8 kilometer area, which is 4 1/3 mile. So I want to collect, I want to be able to connect that far out. Oh, you still run a mesh? Oh, interesting. Oh, you're running a Heltec V3. On long fast, you were seen about 2 minutes ago by somebody. Oh yeah, I can see that. You are in an area that there definitely isn't much built out in terms of the network. Because if you go over to like San Francisco, that is a tight-ass network. I'm reading Computer Networking, a top-down approach, pretty good book. Nice. Should share with the Discord what that book is called. I'm like 15 miles out from the university where I'd find most likely find some nodes. Yeah, I found some when I was going downtown, and then I did some measurements when I was bored, and I realized if I actually set up my node from my house... So what I was thinking of doing... I have a top rail for a fence that's 20 foot long. I'm going to get some dual mast clips. So basically, it's going to wrap around the pole for my fence, and then I'm going to stick this 20-foot pole into this clamp, and then stick my antenna and node at the top. So I'm going to put it 20 feet in the air. And that's how I'll do my Meshtastic. So it should more or less be close to or near the apex of my roof to get a good amount of signal. And then I'm going to install a 40-inch, 43-inch antenna at the top of it with 8 decibel gain. That'll be omnidirectional. That should be good. And then the nice thing about it with the double pole clamp is I can easily undo the clamp, and then I'll probably just have to have a buddy with me to steady it going straight down, so that way I can modify and update the node whenever possible. Hey bro, I like your videos. I'm second year CS. Am I genuinely cooked? Not necessarily. So I guess the question becomes, are you... If you're in the States and you're paying for your education, it's going to be a long prospect to get that paid back. If you're outside the U.S. and you're in one of those fortunate countries that's taking care of your educational expenses, then I'd say it's a little bit easier because you won't have to worry so much about paying back this expensive bill. My advice would be, like anyone, home lab, tinker, build projects, get a GitHub, put yourself out there, get the experience now while you're in school. The biggest problem I see with anyone going into school is they think that school is all the experience they need to get a job, but don't understand that there's a huge difference between academic experience and field experience. And field experience will always be far more valuable than academic experience, at least from an educational side of things. If you're actually writing papers and, using your field experience to create more academic papers and enhancing the academic side of it, that helps you in terms of your higher ability more so than just getting a degree. Because a degree going into college is really just going to teach you base core concepts. But there is a huge difference between what is on paper and what is out in the field. So that is my honest perspective there. So, yeah. I don't think you're cooked. I think it's going to be interesting the next few years because we're seeing this paradigm shift. To be fair, there's paradigm shifts every 5 years in terms of technologies. I tried to tell my parents about a degree. They didn't listen. I should have done IT certifications. Yeah, my family tried to rope me into that as well. They convinced me to go to college to go get a degree. I happened to be one of the final classes to graduate from ITT for my degree, which is worthless. But I was already working in IT and cybersecurity, basically at that point, working for MSPs and things. And so I was fine there because I had field experience, but almost no one I know from my class actually made it to their degree, to their field of choice, coding or whatnot. So my advice would be for you can get certifications now, home lab, tinker, see about internships, build your career up as best you can. And while you're in school, pay off your bills as best as possible in terms of your student loans, because that's going to be something that weighs heavily on you. I fortunately only have the electrician courses I still have to pay because ITT was found defrauding the U.S. government, so those loans were forgiven. So I only owe about $9,000. I'm still in forbearance, so I haven't paid it because the interest on it's so low that it makes more sense for me to put my money in the stock market and my Roth IRA and gain more money off of it. You're just really smart, bro. I'm like genuinely average. I don't know what I'm going to do. Well, let me put it this way. I started from nothing, too. I didn't know all this stuff. I wasn't born knowing this stuff. I continually was thirsty for knowledge and tinkering and was genuinely curious. I didn't have any formal education for any of this. I just stumbled across things, met a few nice people along the way that I could ask questions to, and was able to grow my knowledge and build everything off of experience. Anyone is capable of doing this if you just apply yourself enough and know how to ask questions. And remember, there's no such thing as a dumb question. There's only idiots in the back of the class that don't know how to ask a question. So it's better to learn how to ask that question. And then, the bigger advice I would give you is that, I'm telling you, bro, I'm so cooked. I barely got past calculus. I barely graduated high school. I was bored with high school. Typical ADHD problems. Never did my homework. Wasn't challenged. I just got bored with it. But my tech classes I always excelled in. That was what interested me. I barely passed most of my classes. Like, when I say barely passed, I mean, like, I was getting D's and C's. Not because I wasn't, smart or anything like that, but I just wasn't interested. So the honest truth you got to ask yourself is, what interests you? Go down that path. That would be my advice. The other problem is, once you're in college tends to, force people into these, rabbit holes that don't really necessarily make sense, and you're taught to basically, 2 plus 2 is 4, and 4 plus 4 is 8, and I just quoted Rick Morty, I know, shush. Grades don't prove intelligence. I tried to tell my parents that. Yeah, well, that's the common misconception with a lot of people is that grades prove intelligence. But all the sad part is your grades determine your future path in being able to succeed in different careers. But I've been in situations most of my career where I deal with people that come in from a college degree and don't know crap, and I run circles around them because I've been in the field so long and I've not been, broken down by academia to think only a certain way, and I've thought more creatively about it. I'm still learning the proper technical terms for a lot of things that I do every day. Like, in the industry, for example, they call it tabletopping, for tabletop exercises and all that. You know what I called it with my friends? We called it wargaming. Same concept, different name. There were so many different things that I dealt with that I was like, oh, that's the actual name for it. Cool. What's the new Windows security update KB5? You're going to have to give me the full name there, because there's so many different security updates. A good chunk of learning is knowing how to articulate your curiosity. Exactly. What careers should I pursue? I want something with equal part programming and actually tinkering. Well, there's a lot of aspects that can go into that. A lot of industries right now are moving to infrastructure as code. Like even in the networking that we're dealing with, we're having to terraform our stuff, basically define the terraform, then push it to spacelift as a CI/CD pipeline. We're doing the same thing in cybersecurity and all that. So there's ways you can apply that in many different ways. Cybersecurity engineering, for example, I often have to deal with CrowdStrike and Tenable and all this, and I'm building Lambda functions to do things that I need, or one-off Python tools to extract the data that I need. Yes, I'm using LLMs as an assistive tool, but I understand how a lot of these things function and basically can plot it out in pseudocode, more or less. There's a lot of different things. My advice would be tinker. Just look at what's out there. See about getting internships in different various things. But if you're wanting to tinker, wanting to build, it'd probably be either networking, cybersecurity engineering. It could be, penetration testing, potentially, but that's a hard part to get in when it's cybersecurity, especially if you're just starting out. There's also a lot of IT infrastructure out there. There's app building, there's different ways. It just depends on what floats your boat. You got the 100-yard stare. I got the I need to stop the stream in a little bit and go grab a bite to eat before I actually start moving it on Discord stare. Oh, the SSD one. Yeah. Yeah, we're talking about the SSD one. Yeah, I talked about this last stream. So basically, Microsoft doesn't do as much quality control as they used to with a lot of things, so SSDs are causing a lot of issues. And I talked about how Microsoft used to, back in the day, when it came to, I think Windows 7 was the last one they did this. Maybe they'd stopped it sooner. Microsoft used to have warehouses of computers that would go through programmatic testing with tons of different hardware and software configurations to check out common issues and, conflicts and things like that. Microsoft doesn't do that anymore. They didn't want to expense the money on a testing infrastructure. So what ended up happening was they released the Windows Insider Track program, if I remember what it's called, which is basically turning a bunch of you into guinea pigs where you're beta users, but most of the people in the Windows Insiders is like, ooh, I get new shiny feature, but doesn't actually take the responsible approach of you need to investigate, debug, and report different issues. And the problem is, that's why a lot of the Microsoft issues are slipping through, because there's a difference in culture between Microsoft Windows users and, say, Linux users. Linux users are open source and understand we must contribute back to the community to improve the code, the projects, and such. Even if we ourselves are not coders, we can then open a bug report and say, hey, I'm experiencing this behavior. Here are the logs. I I've done it multiple times for different projects. And Microsoft Windows, because they're gutting their own testing infrastructure, relying on average everyday users who are not reporting on these different issues and are just going, yay, new shiny feature. You're having these issues come about. And I don't think this is going to improve because Microsoft, this is not the first time they've had the SSD issues. So, yeah. You can roll back the update, but ultimately, Microsoft has to fix their testing stuff. People older than me make idiotic decisions at work, especially management, VPs. They all got degrees. Yeah, that's the problem, is you have people at the higher ups that, for some reason, because they got through a college with a frat program and they knew a buddy, they end up getting paid more than the technical people that actually know their shit, and then shit on the rest of us, and then give us idiotic decisions. I have the same problem at work, where I've literally told my boss, like, this is not a priority. Why is leadership making this a priority? Because this actually doesn't matter nearly as much as all of this! From an unrelated career, what branch of tech do you think is the most worthwhile to get into right now? That's a really broad question. Because there's merits to almost every part of technology. You're still going to need IT people to do the IT thing. You're still going to be needing networking to network things, no matter how much they say LLMs and AI and SDN will overtake all of that. You're still going to need a human behind a lot of that, because until they have a robot to actually physically plug in a switch, I don't think that's going to change. You have cybersecurity, but cybersecurity is generally not an entry-level career. You can maybe start at like a GRC from a policy perspective, but there's a lot that goes into it. But yeah. There's not one career that I would say is better than the rest to get into, because they all have merits in and of themselves. I'd say it's more important to find which area you are most enjoying, because the reality is the burnout problem is real if you are sitting a square peg into a round hole. That's what I would say. What's up, Vampire? All I can do is Python, HTML, and CSS. That's it. I feel like those guys from the internship movie. Okay, and Python is primarily most of what I use in my job. Don't feel bad that you only know those things. We all start somewhere. The only reason I know Bash and PowerShell is because of the experience I've had with Linux and Windows. But I'd probably say, and I am not the best coder at all, I know more Bash than anything, Python below that, and then PowerShell after that, just because of the amount of stuff I've had to do with it. Don't mind the video I put in Discord. What'd you put in Discord? Okay, we can watch that on tomorrow's stream. Python is great and high demand in my area anyhow. Yeah, Python is overwhelmingly in demand because it's a commonly understood language and a lot of tools and utilities are written in it. Do you apply maths in your career? Oh, hell yeah. Especially when I was in networking, I had to know subnetting, and you had to know how to actually calculate the number of endpoints in a subnet and things like that you had where you were borrowing the bits. And then, yeah, I still have to use math quite a bit, even in cybersecurity. You're so smart, bro. If I had your brain, I'd be good. Bro, you'll be fine. Just apply yourself. If I could manage to stumble my way through my early 20s and learn as much as I did token hard on a bong through it in college. You'll be fine. Play Watch Dogs 1 or 2. It's cringe Hollywood hacking, but it's a good and fun game. You know, I keep seeing people bring this game up. Let me see how much it is on Steam. I'm still token on home. Yeah, I haven't done that shit in a few years. I will give you side-eye for that video. Bombastic side-eye. I should add that sound. I mean, I already added this sound today. Hey! Thank you for the follow, Way of the Ace. So let's see. Watch Dogs. Good God. $50? How old is this game? Watch Dogs 2 is still $50 and it came out in 2016. Who's giving out free Steam cards nowadays? I don't know. When I change the font color on a website, I feel like a god. AI is going to destroy me. Well, yeah, for a lot of basic stuff like that, yes. But I will tell you, for a lot of the stuff I do in Python, I find a lot of mistakes in AI that I have to correct, or at least know how to secure the code. So here's what I would give you the advice of. Learn how to code securely, and that will get you further. People are not focusing on coding securely. Watch Dogs Legion, what's that? That one got mixed reviews, apparently. Don't get that. It's not good. Yeah, I saw it was pretty bad. So I'll tell you what. I still have to finish Halo Reach because I haven't finished it. So tomorrow we'll probably be doing some gaming on Linux because I didn't get to do it. Ooh, there's a new update for Path of Exile too. So we'll definitely get to that. But after I finish Halo Reach, we'll do Watch Dogs. Because I just bought it. That's only 17 gigabytes? Alright, so I'm installing that right now. Does Path of Exile 1 work fine on Linux? Yeah. I just started with 2 because I didn't start with Path of Exile 1 and Path of Exile 2 came out, so... yeah. Yeah, so, like I said, I need to finish Path of Exile... No, I need to finish Halo Reach. I think I'm most of the way through the campaign, because I just have never played Halo Reach before, so I wanted to play it. I mean, I played Halo 1 through 3, well, Halo 1 for 4. Yeah. So we will definitely, what's up, buddy? I don't know how I say your name. Math78Die? And thank you for the follow. I haven't played Halo since Combat Evolved. Oh, I love that. I still fire that up as my safe game once in a while. Oh, Marty. Okay. Yeah. Thanks for hopping in the stream and thanks for the follow, Marty. But yeah, we will, I'm gonna, and like I've been saying, I'm shifting up the content format that I'm doing. So I hope you guys have been appreciating these React style videos I've been doing, where we go through different content. And you all are welcome to, put videos in the review on stream channel in my Discord. So if you see anything and you're like, hey, I want you to check this out on stream, Mods and I will check it out at least beforehand to make sure there's nothing that'll jump out at us. And then we'll put that on stream. Where am I from? I am in the United States in the state of denial. Yeah, so we're going to be working on refining my, we're changing up the content style, format, everything like that. This was React style, just had fun talking to you. Yeah, so I'm basically just, so I can show you, we have content that's, already scheduled for the next stream. No, Vampire, I am in the state of denial. I reject your reality and substitute my own. But yeah, so we've been, dumping content into this channel over here, which anyone has access to, unless it gets a little bit too crazy. We may restrict it a little bit. And you see, like, Red Fang dropped a video in there. But we have a few other videos to go through, like, we still got to go through the Forgotten Wireless Network. Ohio denial, what's the difference? How can I start cybersecurity? Well, that's a long answer, but the short one basically is, as I recommend people, you're going to start out with 1 to 3 years of experience in IT. I started with networking. And then for the longer answer that I can actually already had the thing recorded. So I have a video that actually can answer all this. I made it a few months ago. Let me make sure I have this right. God, I make a lot of videos, so now I have to keep scrolling down. There's this video right here, The Truth About Cybersecurity Certs, Why Your Resume Keeps Getting Ignored. That's a good one you should watch. Oh, come on, I had more videos than that. God damn it, TikTok. I mean, YouTube. But there's a few videos I've had in here, my early videos. Let me see, there's another one. Do you really need college or boot camps to get into IT and cybersecurity? That was 10 months ago. Those two videos should help answer a lot of your questions out there. But basically, people have this common misconception of you can just go straight into cybersecurity. I'm not saying that's impossible, I'm saying it's improbable. Most cybersecurity positions want to see at least 1 to 3 years of general IT experience before they will consider you for a cybersecurity position. As Vampire mentioned, I also started with pfSense Firewall. I built my own pfSense Firewall and then learned a lot of networking through reading their manuals and learned a lot of the concepts there. And then when I started working for an MSP, I applied the concepts that I learned from pfSense so that I became familiar with WatchGuard, Unify, Sophos, and of course I ran into a few pfSense firewalls while I was out there. But yeah, speaking of Ohio, have you tried Slurp and Turtle? The ramen is good but expensive. It is good. It is good. I've ate there once in a while, but like you said, it's expensive. I've gone there for a few dates. I have never walked out without a date costing less than $60. Which, in all fairness to a date, that is not too expensive, but yeah. Was the live thumbnail intentional? There's a live thumbnail? Oh. Crimson Coffee's pretty good. Although if you want really good Japanese food, the place that I would recommend, it's called Akaihana and Tensuke Express. They're apparently run by some cult known as the Moonies or anything, but their food is goddamn good. I've talked about it many times. I've had many TikToks there. Like, every time I go to Micro Center, I also make a trip to either Tensuke Express, Sushi 10, or Tensuke, which is their grocery store. Tensuke Express is the noodle shop. Or did I got that flipped? And then they got a Kaihana, which is their sit-down restaurant, which if I, you'll know we're doing well in our relationship status if I date you and offer to take you there. Want to learn about servers, looking to start 9, and there's a one-click install servers. Just get into the code, mess around, break it, and try fixing it. Yeah, that's really a great platform, too. Just remember that Start 9, by default, unless this has changed, primarily hosts things over Tor, so there's an extra component you'll have to understand. But yeah, it's just getting into tinkering and, willing to break stuff and understanding how things work. Cybersecurity people need to be curious. It doesn't matter if you're on blue team or red team. You have to be curious about all sorts of things. Philly ramen has been a hit and miss over the years. Bell's has some really nice food items, though. Yeah, well, the other thing is I don't generally eat most ramen. I normally have udon because most ramen has a pork-based broth. And obviously, I don't eat pork. I'm on furry team. Enough said. Yeah, fair enough. So, yeah, I don't eat pork, so I generally steer away from ramen, because usually it's a pork-based broth. Whereas udon noodles, udon tends to actually be a fish-based broth. So I can have that. And then, my advice, when it goes to that whole area of Japanese food you were talking about, ask for their spicy paste. I forget what it's called. It is genuinely spicy, even by my habanero-loving ass. But yeah. Wait, instant ramen too? Nah, I don't have instant ramen that much. Most instant ramen doesn't have that issue. Unless it says so. But you did remind me, I got that super spicy ramen because we're going to make that, we're going to try that on stream. The, double spicy ramen, bulldog ramen. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, bulldog ramen. Apparently there's, some lawsuit around this stuff. A recently reported $15 million lawsuit filed by a Canadian creator over stomach ulcers and a prior antitrust for, among Korean Institute. Yeah, basically what probably happened here, white people ate something too spicy. If I get to go to DEF CON, I could easily blend in with the furries. I know their secret language, too. Yes, and it will be your job to get me into FurCon, because I want a damn furry badge! I am not a furry, but I want their badge! Have you seen the FurCon badge? They always have sweet badges. Well, I want a DEF CON fur badge, okay? I will gladly rock that. I'm not a furry. I'm an ally of furries, okay? I'm close enough. I have a penguin logo. Doesn't that count? You don't have to be a furry to go there. Just be nice. Yeah, but I never know where the furry party is. This is how bad it is, okay? I'm Jewish. I've gone to DEF CON 3 times. I have looked for the mythical Shabbat Con for 3 frickin' years. Okay? ShabbatCon, for those of you not aware, is basically a take on the whole idea of it's Shabbat. So there's a lot of Orthodox Jews. They can't drive. They can't touch electronics during that day. I'm not that strict, but I do at least want to go to services on Saturday. And I don't feel like driving all the way out to a Chabad house or a synagogue near me. I finally found where ShabbatCon was after 3 years. And you know how I found it? You know Aaron that was in my videos? He's like, hey, dude, there's a bunch of people here with yarmulkes on. Is there something going on here? And I go outside, and I'm like, oh, fuck, this is where ShabbatCon is. And it was apparently all these years on the other side of the hotel. So now guess where I know I'm going next year. So apparently they do their own services, they do their own talks, all of that stuff. I'm going to probably at least, Saturday morning, do my Jew duty, and then get to DEF CON. Unless there's a really impressive talk that I want to go see and everything like that. But yeah. Look up FurCon. Yeah, you have the DC Furs. Yeah, I know this. You have the DC Furs, the 2025 site. See, look, you're at the Gypsy nightclub. You know where I was? The pool party. The Saturday night location. You know where I was? Wait, let's say 12 p.m. to 9 p.m.? What the hell? And you had a shuttle?
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
See you later, Los Santos. Have a good night. There's even furry VR chat con. What the hell? What the hell? If you get time off in early December, you'll be heading to MFF. Which one's MFF? Oh, Midwest Fur Fest? See, I don't know about half this crap y'all are into. I'm not judging y'all. I'm just saying, I ain't my thing. That ain't my thing. That's all I'm saying. Y'all go do you. As long as it's, not hurting anyone, I don't give a crap. But, on that note, it was nice hanging with everyone for this surprise Saturday evening stream. We will be streaming again tomorrow evening. Usually around 6:30, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That is actually a planned stream. We're going to be doing a little bit more gaming on Linux that time. I want to finish up Halo Reach. And if we finish it up, we'll get into Watch Dogs. And then we got some other content over here that we're going to be, reacting to and everything. And make sure, if you haven't already, join the Discord and the Matrix server. And then also, don't forget to follow me on all of my socials. I'm on TikTok, I'm on Blue Sky, I'm on Mastodon, I'm on YouTube, I'm on, I got content everywhere. I do technically have a Threads account, but I never really look there. I just cross-post to there. And I don't really touch Twitter, so. Thank you all for joining. What's a good Matrix client for Android? I just use Element. Element seems to be the go-to for a lot of this stuff. But thank you all for joining. I love all your faces. Stay safe out there. Stick around for the raid if you're on Twitch. And as always, happy hacking. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Also, movie night, 9 p.m., so like half an hour from now, in the Discord and the voice channel, we're watching The Conversation, 1974, with Gene Hackman. Great movie. Still relevant today, especially if you love privacy. Love you all. Stay safe. Happy hacking.